Okay, let's go ahead and call to order the regular Hollister School District Board meeting at 4:35. And roll call vote, trustee Marks? Present. Trustee Grist? Trustee Martinez? Here. And trustee O'Connor will be with us shortly. And I am here. So is there any public comments for closed session? Anything? No? Okay. Is there a motion to convene to closed session?
So moved. I'll second.
Second? Okay, convening to closed session.
We have to do it first.
Oh, roll call?
No? For that? Okay, no. I mean, we can. Okay. We generally just.
Let's
move it along.
Okay, convene to closed session
As soon as I forget.
at 4:36. Welcome, everyone. I would like to call the meeting back to order at 6:11. This meeting is being recorded. And I would like to mention that decisions made by the board are made by a majority vote, and statements made by individual board members are their own opinion, not the opinion of the board. So please join me in the flag salute. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we are going to have public comment.
Okay, tonight we have, can y'all hear me?
Wait, hold on.
We're at community.
Hold on.
and student
Yes.
staff
Let's do item 7, community and student staff recognition by Superintendent Sanchez.
Good evening, trustees and members of the public. Tonight we will begin with our recognitions. We have a special program that we are presenting. They're all special, but tonight we are focusing in on our NEST program. And our presenter is Coordinator Emma Veltri.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Sanchez. I'm Emma Veltri, Coordinator of Educational Services, and tonight I would like to recognize the work of a group of amazing teachers with an analogy. In the world of gardening, many experienced gardeners follow a concept called companion gardening. Placing certain vegetables and plants together improves the growth of one or more plants. Among the companion plants, the marigold is one of the best. If you plant a marigold beside almost any garden vegetable, that vegetable will grow big and strong and healthy, protected and encouraged by the marigold. And I'd like to recognize our NEST providers, who are some of the marigolds in our district. They are encouraging, supporting, and nurturing our growing teachers in their professional journey. So it is my pleasure to recognize, and I think some of them are here, not all of them, Cynthia Nadi, Marigold. Yes, please say it. Demi Hoagman. Casey Davis. Jennifer Bale. Mahalia Magago. Hannah Rodriguez. Rosa de la Cruz. Lori Marcus. Anna Hatchett. Corinne Griffin. Catherine Martinez. Christy Burton. Paula Jacob. Stacy Hull.
Thank you.
And Tiffany Bianchi. Thank you so much. Thank you and I appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Our next recognition is from our coordinator of migrant and community schools, Patricia Martinez.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Sanchez, everyone present and online. I would like to call out a very special individual to present her work, Jennifer Purcell. Board members, some of you I know, some of you I don't know. This is very great teaching. And I thank all of you for supporting my program. My name is Jennifer Purcell, and I do the oral health program. And we have actually a slide presentation. So we have a wonderful collaboration between the oral health program and the Hollister School District, and I'm really grateful, and I'm hoping that this can continue. I only have 5 minutes, I was told, so I'm going to make this really fast. Next slide, please. So when you're looking at the slides, I know some of you are thinking, I don't understand why oral health can affect school grades for children or academic success. And this has been my mission to get this out there to the public and to educators especially, because some people get it and some people don't get it. And I'm very fortunate with the Hollister School District because most of the teachers and educators do get it. But for those of you that don't get it, I want to explain how this happens. Most of you who are sitting here today, and all of you probably have insurance, or if you don't have insurance, you already know the importance of keeping your teeth in good shape. But we have a large group of children out there who, for whatever reason, they are not going to the dentist. In fact, they're not going to the dentist, and they're also not brushing their teeth or flossing or getting the preventative services that they should be. I see them drinking and eating sugary drinks and beverages and foods, and acidy foods now has become a huge problem. So that really affects their overall wellness and their oral health. Next slide, please. So what we found out is, in relationship to school, before I go over the data, is imagine yourself having a toothache and you're sitting in class and you're trying to learn. You have a broken tooth, you have an abscess, you have decay that you never got fixed. Are you going to pay attention to your teacher? Of course not. You are not going to be sleeping well, you won't be eating well because your tooth is running across a broken tooth, or you're feeling that abscess throb. And there are many, many studies to substantiate what I'm talking to. In fact, the number one reason children miss school in California, and actually the world now, is poor oral health. So kids are missing school, their grades are less than their counterparts. They are just not getting what they should be, and they fall behind academically, and it's really hard for them to catch up. So it's really important that we are collaborating so that I can get into the classrooms and identify the children. And Patricia has been instrumental with helping me get to people to do care coordination and getting them help. And it's really helped. And if you look at the screen, you can see when I started back in 2018-19 at kindergarten, California State has stayed about the same for the past 3 years. In kindergarten, 5 years old, a little more than half of the kids who are attending kindergarten have decay already. When I started here in San Bernardino County, you're in Hollister School District, it was about almost 70%. So we were way above the state rate, but I'm happy to say if you look at the data, we have come down. We started some oral health education, we started some brushing programs, which has been really great, and the kids love it and they want to do it. As a matter of fact, we have a teacher here at our Hardin who tells me if she forgets to do it, the kids tell her we want to brush. So I'm really happy to have that kind of support that we need for the kids to be successful. And the other thing is for kids that are missing about 874,000 school days annually. That leads to either 29 or almost $32 million that schools aren't getting because the kids aren't there. And some people ask me, why aren't they going? Well, a lot of kids don't have access to go to a dentist. Their parents can't take off time. So what happens? They wait, and it doesn't get better. It just gets worse. And so when we go in and we can identify and get them help, it makes all the difference in the world. Next slide. So for those of you that are uncomfortable looking at this slide, don't look, but these are 5-year-old children that I see here in San Benito County. And I have up there kids that are, and these are permanent teeth, not necessarily baby teeth. Those are quite a bit of permanent teeth. In fact, we are following, Patricia and I are following kids that went through COVID, and 3rd graders now we're following them to see what happened to their teeth. And there is one student here in San Benito County on there that just has roots are left. That's it. But I'm happy to tell you that we identified all these kids and we were able to get all of them help, and that's what's important. So I'm hoping that we can. It goes without saying that it just isn't me, it's all of these wonderful teachers and liaisons that help me. They're just wonderful in getting these kids because I can't do this by myself. So I want to continue to go into the classroom. I know some people aren't on board with this, but I always say they can make time to eat. They can make time to have a brushing program because we do classes that have the 24 kids, and we get that brushing program down. It's very methodical to get in there, and we do it, and it takes about 7 minutes. So it's doable, and the kids love it. Next slide, please. And here are some of the schools, if you're interested in knowing what schools are where. You can see that there. You can just look at your schools there. But most of them, other than one school, has actually decreased their decay rate there. R.O. Hardin has a huge decrease because that's where I started the brushing programs, and we're really doing some follow-up stuff there, and you can see that it's really working. So thank you, R.O. Hardin School. And go ahead and we can go to the next slide, please. So here's the kids that are doing the brushing program, and we have the best time doing this. And unfortunately, I am one person for the entire county. I know a lot of other schools have asked me, can I do it? And if I could be at every single school, I would be. But we started out here, and you can see there they are, and it's going really well. So I want to thank you so much. I think I have one more slide. If you're interested, let me know. I'd like everybody to have no cavities, just like that little girl does right there. So thank you so much.
Great job.
Well, while I know that you don't carry your job out with the expectation of being recognized, I did want to recognize you tonight for your dedication to our students and your commitment to healthier smiles and healthier students. So thank you so much.
So we have another recognition. We have a staff member in the audience who has been a foundational member of one of our school communities, and I know that her family is here, but also her school family came out in full force to support her tonight. Prior to us presenting this staff member, I would like the administration, if you can please walk up to the podium. We have our brand new interim principal, Primavera Kabibi, Prima, and our assistant principal, Richard tonight. They have presentation, and if we haven't guessed already, our special recipient is Esther Bueno. She's in the audience.
Superintendent Sanchez in our community. On behalf of the Mays Middle School staff and students, we would like to present this plaque to Ms. Esther Bueno for her years of service to our school and community. So before we do, we would like to say a few words. I first met Esther when my son Diego attended Mays Middle School in his 7th grade year. He's now 25 years old. She is the face that has greeted many new Mays students and families, including mine, every August since she arrived there. In 2016, after teaching at R.O. Hardin for 5 years, I was sent to Mays. And again, Esther was the face that greeted me and taught me all the things I needed to know about working in her office, because that is Esther's office. I was able to work with her for 4 years and would not have made it through my first year as an assistant principal without her. This month, as I returned to the Hawk's Nest in a new role, I was once again greeted by that face. Esther has been a front office fixture since day one of Mays, welcoming many generations of students, answering questions from parents, and training a handful of administrators and staff along the way. She has been there for many beginnings of those students, teachers, and staff's lives at Mays. Esther knows all the ins and outs of our site, the history of our teachers, initiatives, all our materials, etc., etc. She is a valued member of our community, our Mays historian, and a beautiful person, inside and out. She is a loving parent and always shows her pride in her successful boys and loves her family tremendously. We want to thank her for her service and dedication to our district, our school, and community. Thank you, Esther. You are loved and will be missed. Happy retirement.
Good evening, and thank you for everybody for coming and being here and applying for the invitation. This is amazing, everything that you deserve, Esther. As an administrator, I'm gonna take this off because I'm in here now. As an administrator, from my very first day, I found out who really ran Mays. You've been nothing but a great support to me and really everyone. One thing you shared with me in the very beginning is your appreciation for your first principal, Mrs. Bernice. You shared a lot with me regarding her. You mentioned that she always highlighted that family comes first, no matter what, and she supported you taking care of yourself and those that you loved so, so selflessly. One thing I realize now is that even coworkers can become family. You, Esther, have found endearing ways to care for all of us. From your words of encouragement to the way that you listen, we cried with you, many of us have, to your tokens of appreciation, like the cute little thoughtful coasters you make, to just thinking one step ahead of everyone to ensure that everything runs smoothly. Esther, I believe I speak for everyone who knows you and loves you in this room whenever I say we love you, we are grateful for you, we thank you, and you are and will always be one of the best parts of the Mays family. I hope you enjoy your retirement, aka endless opportunities to read historical fiction, and take your 15-minute power naps as much as you want. We love you and we thank you so much for all you've given.
So what we would like to do is, we have a short video that staff have prepared to honor Esther. While the video is playing, the board will come to the front. Esther, come on down, Esther, so everybody in the audience can know it's you. After the short video, if you're a staff member or family member that has brought a token of appreciation to Esther, you can walk up to hand it to her, and it would be a great photo op for the family, and enjoy this short video created by staff. So come on up, Esther. Okay, the screen is small, I know, and so I'll read this. Esteemed and admired Esther Bueno stands as a beacon of dedication and compassion within the Hollister School District. For over 4 decades, Esther has shown unwavering commitment to the betterment of Mays Middle School. As the office manager, she embodies the essence of reliability and efficiency, ensuring the smooth operation of the school day after day. Beyond her professional role, Esther is a cherished member of her community and a beloved matriarch within her own family. A loving mother, a cherished sister, and a devoted daughter. She effortlessly juggles her responsibilities with grace and warmth. Esther's journey is not merely measured in years of service, but in the countless lives she has touched and the lasting impact she has made. Her kindness knows no bounds, and her unwavering support is a source of strength for all who have the privilege of knowing her. We love you, Esther, Mays Middle School staff and students.
Thank you, Esther.
Thank you, Esther.
Esther.
Thank you, Esther.
Thank you, Miss Esther. We're gonna miss you so much.
I wanted to thank all of the district for way back in the meeting, a young 18-year-old to come work for your district. Somebody actually gave me that opportunity, and every day that I came to work, that I always put my best for everybody, and I stay there because of you guys, for my staff, my family, my staff members that made me come to work every day and happy. I don't think there was ever a day that I said I didn't want to go to work. There was always a day that I wanted to go to work because I love being with my staff, and I always felt blessed. I used to tell my family I am blessed that I get to work with such amazing coworkers that have become my family. So thank you, Mace, and thank you to my family. We can have Esther's family stand as well as our Mace family stand. As we present her this plaque. And we present you with this plaque that reads, "For our beloved Esther Bueno, thank you for your invaluable years of service to our school. Margaret Mace herself would have been so proud of your dedication, work ethic, and commitment. Once a hawk, always a hawk. We love you, the Mace students and staff, 2024.
So if you have a token of appreciation and you want to come up and hand it to her. Look at this. The fan club. Yeah. That's all.
Thank you, Esther. There will be a small reception at the Baylor. If you would like to come out, we're actually going to head over there now. But thank you all for coming in.
Oh, yeah, well, Bernice was all of them. Yeah, well, I guess.
Okay, item number 8, closed session announcements. There are no announcements. And item 9, approve the agenda. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
Second?
I'll second it.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Marks?
Aye.
Trustee Gris?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
And I'm aye, passes 5-0. And now we are on to the exciting item 10, public comments.
So tonight we have 8 speakers on the topic of class size, and we're allowed 15 minutes per topic. So I'm going to call the names of the 8 speakers, and you can line up by the podium. I'll set the timer for 15 minutes, and we'll just let it roll, okay? So first step, you can all come up to the podium. Betsy, Nicole, Kristen, Ethan, Lauren, Kathy, Jessica Walker, Isabel Munoz. So as soon as you're ready, I will start the timer. Is Betsy here? Oh, you're yielding? Okay. So we have 7 speakers on the topic of class size.
All right, good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Sanchez, and audience members. Thank you so much for allowing Hester to come speak tonight about the life-changing work that educators are doing for students every day. So we will present just shortly after this. So I'm here today, along with everyone else, to deliver a public comment about the sticking point negotiations, class size. I am the president of the Union for Certificated Teachers of the district, and my name is Nicole Belkins. So HESTA has been laser focused in limiting our class size language to kinder and first grade to limit the district's financial liability as much as we can. We know early literacy is such a large concern in our district, and so as much as we would want smaller class sizes at all our sites, we're specifically focusing on kinder and first grade because we want to make headway negotiations, and we know that it trickles from kinder to first grade, first as they moved into second and so forth. So I want to mention that recently when I brought up the topic of large class sizes in the district, specifically the 28 kinder students at Sierra Vista, someone from the district told me that when they were a teacher, they had much larger class sizes back in the day, and they did all that without an aide. I believe making such a statement is poor form. We would never tell someone who's experiencing a great difficulty, well, I had it worse than you. That statement implies that the person who is currently suffering has no right to their feelings because someone else had it worse. This is not back then. We live in 2024 after COVID, where I'm having students write papers with artificial intelligence, which I know is an issue because you're going to review board policy tonight about academic honesty. So these are just a few examples of how our world has changed dramatically, and we're one-to-one with technology now. And so scientific research is much more robust, and that's what I'm going to get into tonight. And I'm going to speak as fast as I can. So I was listening to Dr. Gloria Mark. She's a psychology professor at UC Irvine who wrote this book called Attention Span. And so the interviewer, Ezra Klein of the New York Times, who's a father, noted that when he's watching his kid, he cannot ever look away. And so he explains that the naps he takes now as a parent is unlike any nap he has ever taken prior to parenthood. And I'm sure many parents listening to this understand what he means by that. Watching children is very exhausting. And so overusing our attention leads to more exhaustion, which leads to a difficulty in paying attention because we're so tired. And so the expert responds to Klein's anecdote by confirming what he's experiencing. Dr. Mark doesn't try to minimize his experience by saying, well, when I was a parent, I had triplets, so I was thrice as exhausted as you. Instead, she validates his experience and explains it perfectly, understandably from a scientific standpoint. When we start our day, we have a tank of cognitive resources, and we call that attentional capacity. And there are things we do all day that depletes this, and teachers are the multitasking, attention-shifting kings and queens of this world. And so they might be carefully shaking a can of red glitter onto a student's art project, answering a student's questions, scanning the classroom, all while monitoring their own internal states, whether it's pressure on their bladder or hunger or pain. And so we get even more susceptible to distractions, even though we're trying so hard to stay focused. And so this podcast really resonated with me. And they talked about the ways we can refill our tank, but much of those options aren't possible for us throughout the workday, whether it's taking a nap, exercising, taking a walk, and so forth. It made me think of that Seinfeld episode where George Costanza created like a bed under his desk. That was quite hilarious. But no, we can't do that. We don't have that option. And he ended up getting fired. So, and our minds can get injured and it can lead to burnout. So I'm just going to kind of skip through that paragraph. And so at the end of the day, when you have 28 kindergartners versus 22, and I'm well aware that there's classes where it is 22 and it's quite reasonable. But if you've got 28, that's 6 more students, that's 24% more demands on your attentional capacity. So that is a huge jump. And so even just a second adult in the room in the form of an aide would help free up teachers' cognitive capacity. So in conclusion, I just want you to keep this research in mind when we go back to the negotiating table. We really want to make class sizes manageable for kinder and first grade to reduce their attentional capacity and increase individualized support to students. And we want to retain these wonderful educators, so we need to make this work sustainable. This is a great place to work, as we saw just earlier today, and we're hoping to make it even greater. Thank you.
Next. Hurry. Time is a ticket. Kristen's like, come on.
Good evening, Superintendent Sanchez, Board of Trustees. My name is Kathy Ruiz. I'm a kindergarten teacher at Sarah Mitchell School. I've been a kindergarten and first grade teacher for over 20 years. I'm very passionate about what I do. I'm here to ask you to please reconsider setting a reasonable cap size on lower grades, or at least help us balance them out for school. Education has changed a lot over the last 20 years, but it has changed drastically post-COVID. Having smaller class sizes and instructional aids allows us to have a stronger foundation to be built for our youngest learners.
My name is Jessica Walker. I'm also a kindergarten teacher at Sarah Vista. The three of us have over 50 plus combined years of teaching. We love our careers. We love teaching kindergarten. We don't love having 27, 28 students in our classrooms. 5-year-olds, 27, 28 5-year-olds. We don't love not having instructional aid to help us be successful teachers. Over the last 5 years, the children have changed. The behaviors have increased significantly. The demands have increased. How are we supposed to be successful teachers? How are the children supposed to learn in an environment with so many students? When was the last time you were teaching in a classroom of 27 and 28 students? If it wasn't in the last 5 to 10 years, please sign up to be a substitute for the day or just come visit us. Our doors are always open. We are struggling. We need your help. We are losing our passion and our patience.
My name is Lauren Olson. I'm a kinder teacher at Sarah Vista. I'm going to read a letter that we sent to all of you a while back and received zero response. Thank you for taking the time to hear our concerns. As a team, we work extremely close with each other to provide our students the best education possible. We wish we could say that we're the top tier education, but that isn't possible given that we have the most kinder students per class in the entire district. We are at 27 to 28 students per class. We also do not have aides. Not only are our student numbers high, but the student behaviors are high as well. Kindergarten has changed a lot over the past 10 years with many new behavioral and social emotional challenges that we haven't had before. If you have ever spent time with a 5-year-old, you are familiar with their needs. They are starting to find their independence, but they haven't quite crossed that threshold. 5-year-olds are demanding. 27 5-year-olds are, well, demanding times 27. They have physical needs, social needs, emotional needs, constant needs. To take care of 27 students by ourselves is, for lack of better words, draining. Besides meeting all of our students' needs, we find the time in between to teach. We teach reading, math, writing, phonics, spelling, science, art, social science, all in addition to how to be a good friend and how to use kind words. We are exhausted. We are drained mentally, physically, and emotionally. At the end of the school days, we go home and we very rarely have much left to give to our families because we've given everything we have to our students. Please understand, we love what we do and we love our students. But this cannot continue. We need smaller class sizes and we need aids. We cannot do this alone. When a parent says it takes a village, they are usually referring to their own child. If a parent needs a village, then teachers need a city or maybe even a state. We will settle for smaller class sizes and an aid. Thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent Sanchez and members of the board and community members. My name is Isabel Munoz and I am a mom. I would like to celebrate our students for their accomplishment and to express my gratitude to the teachers for their creativity, dedication, and believing in our students. I would like to bring an issue to your attention regarding class size. We need reasonable class sizes in all classrooms because it allows students to receive more individualized attention from the teachers, alleviates classroom management challenges. Having smaller groups, the teachers could target students better. Just think how that could better support students with special needs. Kindergarten students need more time to improve reading skills. When children are rushed to finish phonics chapters, there is no joy in reading. We all know that reading for pleasure is a key sign that a child is going to be successful at school. If the teacher-student ratio allows more time for young readers to develop these skills, this could improve their academic experience to an adult life. If the teachers have more time, they can develop relationships with students, which can give the opportunity to connect with caring adults. More time could give teachers to establish connections with parents and align with our LCAP goal to increase parent engagement. Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Christy Gamley, second grade at Calaveras, and I'm going to skip through a lot of this because my esteemed colleagues already mentioned it, but some things I do want to mention that they didn't say is that you would be very surprised at the number of continual and ongoing behaviors in my classroom which are counterproductive to learning. Flirting, eloping, which means leaving the room without permission, all day, every day, refusing to do work, crying, sitting under a desk, crying for hours, arguing, talking back, defiance, not following directions. You never know what's going to set a kid off. And they could all be going on at the same time. This year, because I have students in my room with some very extreme needs, I've had a constant stream of specialists in my classroom. Behavior specialists, occupational therapist, speech pathologist, psychologist, counselor, and guess what? The behaviors still continue. I firmly believe, after 30 years of teaching, almost all in this district, that the majority of these issues that the specialists are attempting to solve could be fixed or at least greatly reduced by smaller class sizes. Just to give you an idea, I have 17 minutes a day to meet with each of my 4 reading groups. My highest reading group has 10 kids. I don't know if you've seen the reading tables in a classroom. 10 kids don't fit. My next highest reading group has 9. My kids that are at least a year below grade level there's 6 in that group. And my very, very lowest readers that don't even know all their letters and sounds in 2nd grade because they've been in this huge class size for 3 or 4 years. I have 3 in that group. I can't even do small groups in math because I don't have time with this many students. It's a crime. Of the 17 minutes in my reading group, not all of that is even spent teaching because a lot of it I'm redirecting behaviors. I recently had a friend ask me, does the location of a school determine class size? Surprisingly, in our district, yes, it does. I have reached out to some of my colleagues, not all of them, and specifically in 2nd grade. Well, first of all, I have 28
One of my colleagues has 28 and the other one has 29 in second grade. We all have English learners. We all have homeless children. We all have kids that come from turbulent home lives. Schools are a safe place. They're not there for their number one priority to be learning. They're there to be loved. So that makes our job even that much harder. So R. Hardin has about 23 in a class in second grade. I'm not talking for kindergarten. HDLA has 23. Sarah Vista has 22. Lad Lane has 28 and 29 like we do, but their first grade only has 22. At Calaveras, our TK has 30. 24 is the max. Our first grade has 29. Our kindergarten has 29. You have set up our school so that there is nowhere to grow. There's not one empty classroom at Calaveras because you have filled them all up that way. And I challenge you to think about your priorities. You have said at more than one meeting, SEL is a district focus. If that's so, you need to put your students first. You need to support your teachers and give us a fighting chance. Your teachers need help. We need your help this year. We need your help right now. We need you to reduce class sizes across the district in every class, and I don't want an average, because they're 22 and my 28, you could do the math. Average doesn't help me if I have 28 and 29 kids. So I'm encouraging you, I'm begging you, do what is right and put the students first.
My name is Ethan Fitzgerald. I teach third grade at R.O. Hardin, and I want to give you a snapshot of how class size has affected me and my coworkers at third grade, and you can extrapolate that across anybody who teaches and has this kind of difference. Last year, I had 28 students. My classroom was chock full, and it was hell. It was one of the worst years of teaching I've had, just constantly, like Kristen was saying, dealing with crazy behaviors. I spent more time putting out fires that interrupted the amount of actual instruction time I could give. And I just want to quote Dr. John Hattie, who studies the effects that happen in our schools and how do they affect the learning. And one of the things he says about class size is, when you increase class size, you also increase the chance of getting highly disruptive students. And that's exactly what happens. The difference between this year, where I still have highly disruptive students, and last year is night and day. I still have very difficult students, but when I only have 22 of them, much easier to deal with those problems. And I really applaud that HESTA is, we're not looking for cuts across the board. We're not looking for K-8, drop those classes down to 20. They're saying, let's start at the bottom. Let's get those kinders in first at small classes with extra help where the ratio of adults to students is low so that we can make the biggest difference fundamentally where it starts. So I really push you to adopt that kind of scenario so that we can reduce the amount of workload we have. We can make a bigger difference with the kids. We would have more help for those students to make bigger differences in lots of different ways. Thank you.
Hello? We had a call and they hung up. Hello? It'll come right back. So do we pick it up though? Yeah. Hello? Hello? Press one. It's a collect call.
That's never happened before.
I'm not paying.
They're calling back. It's the same number.
You want to try? calling for public comment? Okay, she's calling for the class size for kinders.
We've already exhausted the 15 minutes for class size. Hi, we've exhausted the public comment time for class size. She hung up? No more speakers, that's it.
Oh, there's another number. Hello? Hi. Yes, sorry. Okay, let me transfer you over to the clerk, okay? Hold on a quick second. Sorry.
Hello, what subject are you calling about? You want to make a public comment regarding special education? And may I ask who's calling? Okay, hold on just a second. Let me put you, can you put it on speaker, please? Okay, we've got you on speaker. Okay, hold on.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, my name is Jennifer Fogarty, and I was calling about the board, actually, which is board members are elected individuals, meaning that the Hollister community voted for you to serve. We are your constituents. When we ask to meet with you, we are asking to share personal experiences and stories with you. So as you can get an idea for what the parents are experiencing with the district. Hearing both sides of a problem is always beneficial, as for each side will have a different take on the problem at hand. We want to encourage all board members to make time to meet with special education families to better understand what challenges and problems they have with the current district policy. Our first attempt to meet with board members was not so successful, as we could only meet with 2 board members. We greatly appreciate Mrs. Martinez and Mrs. Grist for their time meeting with us. We hope that in the future, board members will take time to meet with both special education and general education families as they are asked to do so. Please remember that every decision, big or small, affects the children of Hollister School District. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak, and I hope you have a wonderful meeting.
Thank you. That's it.
Okay, thank you to all the speakers. And we are on to item 11, reports. The presenters have put a tremendous amount of time and effort into their presentations. Can we make sure they are able to go through their report without interrupting? I think that'd be a great idea, and we can ask questions after their reports are finished. So 11A, we have a report from Hesta.
Hello again. So I'm Nicole Felkins, I'm president of HESTA.
And I'm Ethan Cristobal, I'm the president-elect.
Yeah, so I'm gonna do the first half and he's gonna do the second half. So HESTA believes in engaging every student every day. And every school does this in different and amazing ways. In the following slides, you will see highlights of the work the staff members of the Hollister School District do for all of our wonderful students every day. And this has been created by members at each site. So here we have Accelerated Achievement Academy. Even without science labs, teachers bring science alive with projects and experiments that engage student learning. Robotics and hands-on math lessons are a great way to involve students in real-world problem solving. So we have everything from molecule models, investigating quadrilaterals, copper solutions, county science fair winners, finding pi, and more. There are also field trips and community service projects, such as in the Great Outdoors in Pinnacles, going to CSUMB. I love the picture at the bottom of the Hartnell Planetarium and all her hair going wild. And so students learn about ecology and environmental sciences through these projects and field trips. At Calaveras, we have this really special video that we would like to play. So that was Mrs. Raper's second grade classroom reading about her poetry. A very popular song that I personally enjoy. Also at Calaveras, there's the Thanksgiving Balloon Parade. We have in 5th grade a field trip to the Bayer Research and Development Center. They do natural disaster research in 4th grade. There's a teamwork on the field in 4th grade. 8th graders teaching the 2nd graders about the solar eclipse. So that is really amazing to see that positive, pure modeling happening. And in 2nd grade in math, they are making cubes. Now we move on to Sarah Vista. And so I would say, just for the sake of time, you could probably play the first minute and a half. So this is about their PDIS, and they're currently working towards their silver award. That's good, thank you. And we just want to thank Mrs. Christy Burchard, who's in the audience today, for helping make that video. And so they are working, like I said, on PBIS, which, to clarify for the audience, that's our positive behavioral intervention and support. And it's a multi-tiered system of support, and it's a positive framework of expectations. At Sarah Vista, it's be safe, be respectful, and be responsible. In a world where you can be anything, be a shark. Okay. So thank you, Sarah Vista. So now we move on to the Hollister Dual Language Academy, meeting students where they are. And so they have such a snazzy, beautiful slide here of, it looks like learning centers and group work to work with the littles in this slide. Go on to the next slide, please. And then here we have the wonderful, eccentric staff members who exhibit so much school pride, and they engage in the spirit days. I'm seeing Monsters, Inc. I'm seeing Day of the Dead costumes, Disney, and just bringing that fun to school, because we want to make this a happy place for both staff and students to work and play at. So work hard, play hard. Okay, next slide. Now we move on to Ladd Lane Elementary School. And so we see these really neat marshmallow projects. And so it takes a lot of risk for a teacher to do a project such as that because it's messy, it's sticky. They might have purchased the marshmallows on their own. Yeah, it's expensive. And so it's just the passion that our teachers bring to make this just a wonderful education for our students. It's just, they do this every day, every single day. You see them students playing outside. I commend all our PE teachers for supervising all the students while they're out there, students working in groups and so forth. And that is Lat Lane Elementary School. I will finish up by talking about Mays, and then Ethan will take over. So I am an 8th grade history teacher at Mays Middle School. I've been there for 6 years, and it is the home of the Hawks. We are actually a gold medal award-winning PBIS school, and we earned silver a few years ago. We have in the middle there to the left, we have a mural that actually students helped make during when we returned from COVID. And there are Hawk Pride expectations of personal responsibility, respect, integrity, determination, and empowerment. That is tied to the Hawk Bucks that all teachers award to students. And so I'm actually coordinator of the PBIS store. And so we have lots of prizes, school supplies, art supplies, just for fun, stress balls, all the things that a student could need to help them in their education and stay focused and so forth. We have at the store. And so students who are recognized positively can earn a prize from there. We also have our band students. They're amazing. That is in the middle to the right. At the bottom there, we've got a mix of the geography bee that students participated in, as well as teachers during their spring break, going to get your teach on and learning just all the fun ways we can gamify our classrooms. Next slide. And then our science classes, incredible. They have a hoverboard project. And so students create these hoverboards and they practice in the gym, and it has something to do with science that I couldn't explain to you tonight, but it does relate, something sciencey. We also have the career and technical education, the CTE elective, and that lends itself nicely to the CTE pathway at the high school. And so it is a hands-on, module-based unit where students learn veterinary science, and then they go to the cooking module. And then they might graduate to like the engineering robotic type module. So that has been wonderful, taught by Mrs. Penny there. And we've got the Hawk's Nest at the bottom. That is just the amazing work that Mrs. Ledesma has done for Mays, and in which she's been honored recently here at a board meeting. That is literally just free stuff for students who might need clothing, supplies, and anything they need to be a successful student. We have that for them. So that's Mays.
Next up is Rancho San Justo. So here you can see a lot of the great activities they bring to their students. They get to do some gardening, the honor roll ice cream social, the walkathon for Mama Sophie, and their homecoming float, as well as their Bronco Well and Resource Center, which was highlighted just a few months ago. And then here's some more things that they're bringing to the table at Rancho San Justo. So you can see some work they've done in their ELA class and how much fun they have at their dances. Here's Rancho Santana. So Rancho Santana, they're doing some cross-curricular presentations of Esperanza Rising with their second graders. And there's also, their scholars are using some STEAM techniques to design a scene from a novel to share with their younger scholars. So they're having their older students work with younger students. Again, that peer connection with what they're learning. And then at the middle school, the sixth graders have read and studied A Long Walk to Water, a true account of a South Sudanese boy, Salva Dut, who traveled thousands of miles from one refugee camp to another to escape the war while holding on to the hope of seeing his family again. After searching for a lost boy, who had relocated to the United States to speak with our students. Daniel Yu Kang, currently living in San Diego, was invited to Rancho Santana to share his story. He was in the same refugee camp in Kenya as Salva and has met him. Needless to say, the students were so excited. A big thank you to Anita Saringhouse, who was able to locate Daniel. The students are inspired to help, and this is just the beginning. So bringing that, not just a book, giving them that real world connection to see, bring that reading alive. At R.O. Hardin, we were so happy to have Get Your Teach On come because we have teachers who have seen it, who have experienced it, and try to bring it to the school. Really make the learning day something unusual, something unexpected. So you can see that we're transforming our classrooms. There's my wife Darcy, and she transformed her classroom to be the Three Little Pigs, but it's a Three Little Pig story where the wolf was learning karate. So she dressed up, she completely redid her classroom. Below you can see Tiffany Bianchi's room where she's doing glow games. We have black lights in there and fluorescent things that will just glow. So it brings a normal learning situation and turns it into something that it's not the ordinary. So all of a sudden, instead of like, okay, we're gonna be doing, learning about the Three Little Pigs, we're gonna be reading the story, looking for main ideas, we're gonna be looking for grammatical mistakes. All of a sudden, it's this magical thing that I want to be a part of because it's not what normally happens when I go to school. So doing authentic problem solving, and then we also have field trips where they really get to use their imagination. And because best of all, we get the job done with collaboration, caring, and skill. Our student readers and our test scores are on the rise. So this is a video you can watch in your free time there. It's a video that's about the PATH program that we've been using. But really at R.O. Hardin, we really found some strength in when we do like those transformations that you were seeing. We have a few times a year where the entire school does it. And then we will have that day with our students, and the next day the students get to walk through the whole school and see what was happening in other people's classroom. So it not only drums up excitement for what happened in my class today, but then you're looking forward to, gosh, when I'm in third grade, I'm gonna be doing this. When I'm in fifth grade, this is what I get to look forward to. So it gives them that peek forward that the whole community is bringing you this unexpected experience. At Sunny Slope. Fourth grade students from Mrs. Giles' class, art you see here, and in kindergarten, PATH is our intervention program. The students are working on dictation and read word practice. AR is accelerated reading, which usually begins in first grade. This year, there are 8 kindergarten students at level 0.9 to 2.9. In writing, students are using thinking maps. Sunny Slope is proud to announce its first and second trimester results for our intervention program. Every single teacher in these grade levels is dedicated to providing students with a solid foundation in literacy. Not only do we work on reading skills, but we also provide daily dictation to improve writing and penmanship. We serviced all students in grades 1 through 3 and recently began serving our kindergarten students. Each child is assessed and then placed into a small group based on the need of the individual. All teachers are on board to dedicate between 40 minutes to an hour daily for foundational skill instruction. Our students are happy to attend their group because it's a safe place for them to work on the skills at their level. Orton Gillingham is based in the science of reading and provides direct, explicit, cognitive, cumulative, and multisensory approach to literacy. We also serve struggling students in grades 4 and 5. We appreciate the board's support in providing intervention teachers and aides. Without them, we wouldn't have the instructors needed to serve our students in this capacity. We invite you to come visit and see this exciting program in action. So here were the results from the second annual geography meeting.
Yes, so we have the 3 top winners, and the first place winner is Kane Acevedo of Mays, and second place, oh my gosh, the name is slipping me because it was like a month and a half ago, it's a little far away. And then third place was Dorian Clayson.
So we have the winners there. It was awesome. We had 5 schools participate, and we can't wait to have our 3rd annual Geography Bee. And also, HESTA Gives Back. We just awarded 4 high school seniors, HESTA members, $500 to pursue their post-secondary education. And we do that every year. And we also do Step the Bus, where we donate anywhere from $250 to $500 of school supplies for Step the Bus by United Way donation campaign. So in conclusion, this is all the amazing things that our teachers and HESTA does for students to engage them every day. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
I like it. You know, because every school is so unique, and so I think that's what you focused in on, and like giving each site the opportunity to create their own little narrative, right? And pictures, I think was perfect. Thank you so much for sharing this. It was perfect timing.
We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, 11B, a report on the 23-24 Teacher Support Report by Emma Beltran.
The clicker work is here, Brandon? Okay, there we go. Okay. All right. Well, hello again, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Sanchez and audience. I'm still Emma Beltran, and Services Coordinator. And tonight, my purpose is to bring to you an update on our current initiatives to support our teachers. Okay. Oh, okay. Got it. All right, so tonight I'm going to discuss teacher support, PBIS, which you've already heard a little about, and AVID. So in teacher support, I'll be talking about our NEST program, induction, and other teacher supports. So our NEST program, which stands for New Educator Support Teacher Program, began this year, and it was stemming from a need to support our new educators at the site. And these were our goals that we created. So it was to build capacity at the school site so that sites are staffed, remain staffed, and students achieve. And we had 2 objectives around this. The first was to create an environment in which all new students feel supported and they navigating through that school year. And then to provide experienced teachers an opportunity to share their knowledge and know-how, and also build those leadership skills and be recognized for their efforts. So these are the program expectations for the NEST providers. We wanted them to establish those positive relationships with teachers. We wanted them to attend our meetings that I have here at the district office for them. They keep a log of their contacts with their teachers, and they have weekly check-ins, and those could be emails, in person. They could be a phone call, a text, whatever, just some kind of communication with them to check in with them. We definitely want them to be that positive role model and advocate for them, and be responsive to questions that they may have. We want them to be able to refer new teachers to administration when it's outside of their scope, and encourage emotional and physical self-care with our teachers. So that was our focus of this program. So we have 16 NEST providers. And they support 37 short-term staff, long-term sub, interns, and within our program starting in October, so we have a late start, but October through April, and so far there have been 574 contacts, so meetings, emails, check-ins that are, and this is based off the communication logs that we have with the NEST providers. On the top left there, you see a badge, which is their email signature brag tag that we created so that they have that, so everyone knows that they are a NEST provider. This picture was taken at our last mentor meeting, where we talked about the results of our mid-year survey. So how are we doing with this? We sent out a mid-year survey to all the teachers that were being serviced, and we had 14 responses. And so the question that we asked them was, have you had an opportunity to build a professional relationship with your Nest provider? And we didn't get any no's, so you see that 92.9% said yes, they have. We did have another response, which was that the provider had a different expertise than what they did. So they didn't have the same needs. We also asked, what do you feel is a valuable part of the program? And this is based on 14 responses, and I'd love to read out these for you. Just, one, they said, having a mentor has been extremely helpful for me as a new teacher. The weekly check-ins is helpful. Having communication, having that Nest provider being someone on their campus is very helpful. And it helps build community and also makes it convenient to ask quick questions. The next one talks about just being flexible, like whether they need 30 minutes or not, they're available for them, and they appreciated that as a busy teacher. They provided on-site support, and this person appreciated the focused professional development that we offered. And then it helped build, I think it said it helped build community and makes it convenient. And also it's a good way for new teachers to get information from veteran teachers. So really positive comments from our teachers. So we wanted to make sure that all teachers are supported, and so we offer a variety of supports. So one of the ways that we support our teachers is through our webpage. So we have in the Ed Services department, we have a teacher supports and resources page. And on that, you'll see that we have mentor support. So things that, what we provide, like induction and so forth, what we provide for teachers. We also have a professional development resources from all of our professional developments that we've offered. And then we have a sub-hub, which is information for our substitute teachers. There's a video there that just kind of is an orientation to classroom management and what to do when you get to a site and so forth. In addition to that, we do offer a month at a glance that is sent out to all new teachers that gives them that timely information that they need for that month. In addition, there's a Google Classroom that houses this along with many other resources. And we offered a 4-part professional development series this year. So we just finished, our last one was April 15th. And it featured our Nest providers. They were some of our presenters for this PD, so it's really great. So here's some pictures from our Navigating the Classroom PD series. We had over 60 teachers participate throughout this series. You can see some pictures of, there's Tiffany Bianchi there, leading a group, Paula Jacob, and Mahalia Magalvo, who is supporting her teachers. In past sessions, we had Rosa de la Cruz and Hannah Rodriguez that worked on classroom management. So we really wanted to showcase our Nest providers, and they were able to, just that authentic, what's happening in the classroom right now. So it was really successful. And we usually had about between 15 to 20 teachers there. And it was after work from 4 to 5. It's a lot to ask, but they were there. So we appreciated them. So based on the feedback that we got from teachers, these are some of the next steps for Nest and new teacher support. We also have an end of the year survey that will be going out next month. So the new teacher orientation, we want to include the classroom management beginning of the year setup in that before the school year starts. And we've also extended our new teacher orientation to 2 days. So that is one thing that we'll add to this. We want to include the Nest providers there at the new teacher orientation, like a meet and greet. Start building that relationship before school starts, so they know who their person is from the first day of school on. So since we've already have the program up and running now, we can do that this year. We want to expand our Nest providers to include anyone new to the district, just building that culture, making it a positive start for all new employees. And we want to continue that PD series that we started, the Navigating the Classroom, next year. And then whenever possible, this was a big thing, a big feedback point, was having that Nest provider and the Nestee be at the same site. So It just depends on who applies for the position and so forth, but we will try to accommodate that as much as possible. And moving on, induction. So that's another piece that we offer here. So we have 19 teachers in induction, and we have 14 induction coaches. And I just wanted to remind you and invite you to the end of the year colloquium, which is May 30th. It's at the Betts Hall from 4 to 6. And just as a reminder, induction is a 2-year program that is required by the state of California for all of our preliminary credential teachers to clear their credential. And this is offered by our district free to our new teachers. Now you've heard about PBIS, which is wonderful, and I'm super excited about it. I wanted to give you an update of where we're at. So I'll just like that. So Nicole had already talked about what PBIS is, so I just wanted to add to that is that it really, it supports and it helps build that positive culture and climate at the site, and that is like one of the most important things that we appreciate and that we love about PBIS. And so what's really exciting is that we have 4 elementary schools that have started that process this year in our different levels of PBIS. So they're implementing this PBIS frameworks. We have Lad Lane, HDLA, Sierra Vista, and Rancho Santana. You saw Sierra Vista's behavior expectations. All of those schools also have those. And then continuing on with PBIS, of course, is Rancho San Justo and Mays Middle School. And at the moment, we've been doing, I'm working with the county on this, and we're doing walkthroughs of our Lad Lane, HDLA, Sierra Vista, Rancho Santana, and just checking in with students, like, do they know the behavior expectations? Have they received any positive reinforcement? Those types of things, asking those questions. And what the hope is that these schools will apply for PBIS recognition. All right. Another update I'm really excited about is AVID. AVID is advancement through individual determination. And it is a college and career readiness framework in which students receive skills, knowledge, and behaviors needed in preparation for college and college readiness. So after visiting Spring Grove, which is an AVID showcase school, we're lucky to have that school so close by because schools come from all over. Our admin and site teams went to visit that school, and we saw the impact that school-wide AVID has on a K-8 district. And so that just kind of created that spark for AVID. And so we are adding AVID school-wide to a few of our K-8 schools, R.O. Hardin, Sierra Vista, Rancho Santana, and HDLA. So our next steps are this summer, these site teams will receive training, and what this gives us the opportunity to do as a group is goal set. The sites will goal set as a group, will align, and they will receive the support through Ed Services throughout the year. So it's really exciting. It's just that college and career readiness framework, the Wicker strategies, and building up our students. So very excited to see where this goes. And attached are the AVID Essential Skills link if you have an opportunity to look at those. So really exciting. All right. So I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Erica and Colleen for their vision and leadership. I am so thankful, grateful to be on Ed Services. And our team, we're focused on building capacity across the district and moving us forward. So thank you so much. Thank you. Any questions?
In the PBIS, is the district's goal to have that throughout the district for every school site, or how does that work?
Yeah, great question. So our stance is we want to support any school that would like to be a part of PBIS. And all sites have some portion of, most of our sites, they do positive reinforcement. It may not have the name PBIS, but they do have elements of it. What these schools are choosing to do is be a part of the framework that looks at data, that has teams in place. So it
it is supported by the district.
So like, would you do like, go to a faculty meeting and introduce PBIS to the schools that don't have it, or you just, how would a teacher know about it?
It has been, we talk about it in the admin meetings. I mean, all of our schools do know about it. Yeah, so it is a site choice.
And then that would be the same with Avid, it would be a site choice?
Yes. Yes, a lot of schools have many initiatives, so it's just, deciding what is the best fit for their school.
So we as a district haven't set a goal that we're letting it be more site-based.
So what we're finding, good question, Trustee Gris, what we're finding is that when there is a culture change in a school, such as PBIS or AVID, it is best to let it grow organically, and then we support it. There are many schools that have remnants, or they have pieces that resemble PBIS or AVID. When those schools are ready and that staff is ready to implement the formal application of PBIS and AVID, our team is ready to go. What we've seen in the past, and I know that we've had the conversation most recently, is that when there are initiatives that are forced upon the district or the staff, sometimes the complete buy-in is not there, and there's a pushback. When there's something that is beneficial to students, we want it to be something that staff will buy in and will truly believe in, and we roll it out that way.
Yes, thank you.
Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your work.
Okay, next is item 11C, report on the Hollister School District Blueprint, Chapter 3, with Dr. Colleen Myers.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Sanchez. It's nice to see you all tonight. I don't have any marigolds, although there are some here. I'll pop out maybe, wake everybody up during Chapter 3.
We'll take chocolate.
Oh, okay. All right, got it. Noted for next time. So I'm here tonight to present Chapter 3 of our Student Success Blueprint. This chapter focuses on staff success. There are many components that have been reviewed tonight, so I don't want to sound redundant, but I'll just jump in. It's quite lengthy, so I will here we go. Chapter 3, I just got to press the right arrow. All right, so this is our staff success, our instructional model, and we're looking at how we support the multi-tiered systems of supports with our instruction. As you know, MTSS, the multi-tiered system of supports, encompasses our academic, our behavioral, and our social emotional learning for our students. When those three components are together, we have a student that is ready to learn and receptive to instruction. So we have the instructional model here that focuses on all three of those areas. It guides our teaching and learning process. It maximizes student engagement, comprehension, and retention. This is something that we've repeated it was introduced in Chapter 2 as we look at the whole child. We'll go into that a little bit later. So we want to talk about informed instruction, and this is, we focus on student achievement, proficiency, and growth. They are interconnected and how those aspects inform our instruction. You could say that you have an assessment, but what is the purpose of that assessment? And that is what is explained in this part of the chapter. So we measure student achievement, but it's different from proficiency and it's different from growth. So it's very important to acknowledge the differences between those three and how we assess and what we do with the information that we collect. Some notes there. When considered together, educators can make informed decisions to support students' ongoing development and promote continuous improvement in teaching and learning. So I just wanted to make sure that that was available to you, the definition of each of these, what the measure looks like, and the focus. Okay, any questions on that component? All right, so what do we do with this assessment or evaluation? We developed a cadence so that we can provide ourselves with the vital tools for educators to gauge student progress, identify areas of improvement, and tailor instruction accordingly, right? This is an ongoing process. It's not a one and done. And so here you have the differences between the assessments. You have diagnostic, you have formative, and you have summative. So diagnostics are administered 4 times a year, typically at the beginning and the end, and then again at the end of each trimester or the beginning of each trimester, so we can start tracking the progress of students. Formative assessments are administered at a cadence determined by the classroom teacher. So this may be at the end of a unit or after a lesson. This could be after a week or a day of instruction. And then we have summative, which we all know is what we started today and this week with our big ELA CAST testing, and that usually begins in April each year. I also included for this chapter the state summative standardized assessments, just for the information for folks to understand what the state might be on the next page there, what the state summative assessments look like and their cadence. Then we have here an explanation. These are all the assessments that we utilize to inform our instruction. And also I just wanted to note on the end there, the report to parents. So not only is this informing instruction, but this is also informing our parents on how their students are doing and how they're informed. So you can see, for example, that the STAR reading math, what time we give it, we have the student group or grades, and then how it's reported to the parents. Because as staff, we have that availability on the platform, and so we want to make sure that our parents as partners are informed as well. In addition to that, we have conferences, as you know, that is not noted in this chapter, but now mental note, I'm making that. We'll include it as far as communication to parents so that we can work in tandem with them as we educate their child what's going on at home that will help us educate them at school and vice versa. So we have the fall conferences where we try and meet at the elementary level with every single parent and at least, and then the spring for those that are of concern or interest. And then again, at the end of the year, there's that final, we don't have conference days for those, but there's that final communication piece with parents. And that rolls right into our report cards and grading process. Is that right? Mm-hmm. Okay. So I think this is cards and grading. Yeah, I left off report there. All right, so the pursuit of student equity and grading practices is ongoing. We know this. We want to make sure that we are using the right measures, we're measuring the right thing, and we're calibrated with our peers so that we are equitably evaluating our students' performance in their learning areas. So this means we have clear and consistent criteria. We want to strive for professional development. We need regular calibration. We need differentiated instruction and assessment based on this information, regular evaluation and reflection, and community engagement. Again, that reflective piece where we have partners that are interacting with us and guiding our purpose. So then we have our chart. This is a sample of our grade reporting key. And you can see that for 6th through 8th grade, they receive a letter grade, A, B, C, D, or F. Those are the percentages there. There's a description that's shared across the grade levels. For K-5, they get a rubric score of 4, 3, 2, 1, and the percentages if they have a percentage there in that chart. And I believe that's going to be coming up in a board policy that we are all going to review soon, if not tonight. All right, any questions so far?
One thing that I just realized that, that this might be, in K-5, the lowest grade you could get it would be a D.
In K-5, you would
Yes.
get a 1.
Right, but it goes to 40, I mean, but you're not gonna get it down. You're not gonna get a 0.
You wouldn't get a 0.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think that's one thing that when we're redoing, that we might want to think about, because it is a shock in 6th grade when all of a sudden you can get it now. And so it's kind of, we need to somehow or another roll into that a little better.
Okay.
Because our 6th graders are like, what do you mean?
So it's
kind of a shock, yeah.
It's something that definitely we can work at, look at the, you know, as we calibrate and do some vertical alignment.
Yeah.
Okay. So how does that affect our instructional capacity is our next thing in staff success. So we have professional development that facilitates consistent competencies and learning standards, assessments, curriculum, instructional practice, student accommodations, and more. That's all the stuff that our hardworking teachers do. So how do we support them? How do we bring them to the latest and greatest so that they can provide the best instructional opportunities for our students? So I wanted to, there's some information that you can read. The quality professional learning standards are really fantastic for you to reference. But in light of this, I wanted to call your attention to the 24-25 agreement that we have created with HESTA, and we will be offering IPD, so independent. We have a lot of veteran teachers within our ranks, and so, but we also have new teachers coming in. So since we don't have an adoption yet, math is coming, we wanted to honor the uniqueness of each educator and their needs. And so we have this thing called the IPD that we have developed with HESTA. So that's an individual professional development. They can choose 2 development events for next year to attend, and then we will honor that expense and the day that they've spent with that learning opportunity and reimburse them. So we're very excited to honor that choice. That was a request of HESTA, and support all staff members in that. So really excited, positive feedback. We did a staff meeting presentation today, and people actually had the paper already filled out. So really excited about that. But that's also part of this success in instructional capacity is some choice. What do they want to learn? As we talked about earlier, with PBIS being an organic choice or a grassroots effort, this is in that effort so that they can choose their development.
Yeah, on these 7 interdependent standards, number 3, designed to ensure equitable outcomes, is pretty hard to do. And I think with PBIS and Avid, it's like a scaffold that helps you get to that point.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's many factors in there. I would say that you are inclusive classrooms is also there. There's so many opportunities, differentiated learning, under the UDL, all of that. So absolutely. It's in-depth stuff. And I know that I'm kind of flying through it, but this, I feel like, you know, summarizes our efforts and just kind of anchors our actions. All right. Then we have, in addition to professional development, we have our guiding proficiencies. These are key competencies and skills that are essential for educators to develop and cultivate in their teaching practices. These are based from state, they're provided to us through the Common Core standards and the frameworks. So I wanted just to kind of put everything, organize everything in this chapter for what is the framework, what's the current, when was it last adopted, what is that Common Core standard, and how do they merge together. So you'll see they're broken down. You have the Common Core standards, and then within that standard, the framework link is included. And then also down below, the California Healthy Youth Act, which is new to our competencies. And then finally, I think on this last page is visual and performing arts and world language. So developing our staff in those competencies because they are equally recognized by the state for warranting a framework. So I also wanted to say, as education comes to better understand the importance of rightful presence, that we have a lot of work here included in not only what we have to do, but what we should do, and we kind of spoke to it earlier, the equitable access. And so we're developing inclusion more and more in our classrooms, and what does that look like? I am very proud to be part of a group that is a national National Center for Rightful Presence, and how that, the understanding that I think it was said earlier, our special ed students are gen ed students first, and they have the right for the interventions that the gen ed students are getting. Just because they're special ed does not exclude them from those. And so that's going to be also another mental ad that I wanted to make sure that you understood that we include in this.
So textbooks is, when was the last time we actually purchased textbooks? Are students using textbooks in the classroom, or are they fully on the computer?
It's a mix. So they may have a workbook, and then they may have the textbook digitally. They may have the textbook itself, and no digital textbook. So it's a combination of for all the subjects.
Because I think that what you just hinted to, is some of the concerns that I've heard, with inclusion, is having accessibility to what gen ed students have.
Yep.
For our special ed students, just because they're special ed doesn't mean you just hit it on the nose. They're general ed first.
Yep.
So everything that we offer our general ed students also need to be accessible to our students in special education.
Absolutely. I totally agree with that, and that is what we're working towards. So we have two sides of the house here. We have special ed on one side, gen ed on the other, and we meet at the farm table in the middle often, and we talk about how we're going to align and what supports can we reciprocate to one another as we are coming to this place of rightful presence, and our students are coming together so that they can be productive near their peers, no matter what their disability, whatever their culture, their heritage, etc. So it's very exciting. Yeah, we're working on that.
Yeah, I think if we include the stuff about inclusion in here, so that teachers get the right training that they need for that, and I think it will be beneficial. We just need to, work with our teachers and work with our students. It's going to be takes both. And some children will do well, and sometimes maybe we'll have to limit, but we'll work with it.
Yeah. The research behind the impact on the community is astounding. So when you're looking at having inclusive classrooms where children are taught empathy and patience, and they're taught that civility to, participate with one another and solve problems, because when we're adults and you have a neighbor that you need to work stuff out with, this is skills for that, or when you have employment or whatnot. So there's a lot of work on this, and I'm excited for what it not only will do for our students being at the large school district, but for our community too.
I agree.
Yeah. Okay, so then we're going to go on to our multilingual English learner plan. This has been presented to you a few times by Mrs. Miller, and she's going to be also doing this, presenting this again in May. So I won't go over this. This is really just a review of what you've seen before, but I cannot leave this without speaking to the EL Success on students progressing towards proficiency is amazing. And I'm just so thrilled to share that as often as I can. And I think once a week, maybe once a day, I'm like, how many have we reclassed? I'm yelling across the way to Jennifer, and she's like, oh my gosh, 171 of 1495 have been reclassified to date, so that's 11%. I just want to review our LCAP percentages. So our very first reported reclass percentage was 6.8, then we went up to 8.1, then we went down to 5, then we went last year at 9.3. This year we're on track for an 11%. Wow. Yes, percentage. So I am super excited, super proud of the work that teachers and staff are doing for English
And
learners.
the children.
Yep, for the children. Everybody's
But
working
they're
hard.
doing the work too.
Yep, absolutely, absolutely. Yep, and it's a group effort. We have this plan that is the structure of what we do. And then within that plan, we have EL Achieve, our partnership there. EL Achieve enhances the English language development programs and supports integrated language instruction across various instructional settings. The partnership with EL Achieve extends to Mission Achieve after school program, and where designated ELD enrichment activities are offered to further support students' language development outside the regular day. So they're getting a 1-2 punch there. And in addition to that, we have constructed meaning, and this is explicit language instruction to support grade level content learning in English. And this is very exciting. Through CM, educators are empowered to create inclusive and equitable learning environments where students can thrive. So now we are encompassing those students that may experience barriers because of language, and our teachers being successful. I just wanted to take a minute to again thank Jennifer Miller and all the work that she's doing, and all the cadre of constructive meaning teachers that she's been able to maybe coerce into our teacher leaders, and so that we can grow our own. Our experts are here in the house. Very excited about it. And this graphic is just our plan that we have, our 7-year plan going beyond what we have started, but really at the end there, we're looking to be independent. We have the experts in the house, and so we're self-reliant. And then, as if that wasn't enough for ELs, perhaps this is why they're successful, we have Mission Achieve Systematic ELD. So Mission Achieve program, which specifically targets multilingual students at the bridging level, summative LPAC 3 or 4. We know they get stuck at 4 and they become those LTELs. So this is a program that's systematic and is student-centered, focusing on each learner's individual needs. So now we're bringing in that universal design for learning. It also emphasizes developing language skills essential for success across various content areas, ensuring that multilingual students can access and engage with academic content effectively. So Mission Achieve is offered to all K-8 sites. All right, that wraps up our instructional piece, and we move on to the instructional environment. This again is this is where we get that repetition of information that we had today and from chapter 2. We're taking the whole child approach. We're looking at all their factors that influence them. You have to Maslow before you can bloom. If you're in education, you understand that. And so Hollister School District's effort to support social, emotional, behavioral well-being of students include implementing evidence-based programs. And so we talked about, you had asked about PBIS being the site initiative, or is it district? Our district initiative is Capturing Kids' Hearts,
Right.
which is very similar to PBIS, but less structure, less data management. And that was implemented in 2014. And we are going strong with that. I think every school site, they firmly understand our process. And we are very intentional about providing professional development for our new teachers. So we'll have 2 days of professional development for our new teachers, new to Hollister teachers, in addition to the 2 that Ms. Veltri is going to provide to them. And so that's exciting. And then in addition to that, we have a leadership component. So that is our district level initiative. And then we move into PBIS. And boy, that's a fire. So as you know, quite proud of Rancho San Justo and Mays for exiting CSI. One of the components that they spent their CSI funds on was PBIS. So we understand quickly that we need to replicate that, but without funding. So how do we do that? We're going to put it into the LCAP. And so we've acknowledged that, that success, and you will find PBIS allotment in the LCAP because it's good for students, and it's good for teachers, and it's good for the community. Let's see, I think we move into, I included in the blueprint just the particulars of Capturing Kids' Hearts, just in case somebody would like to learn more about it. It's really the core of Capturing Kids' Hearts is relationship building, social contracts, greetings and farewells, classroom meetings, teacher training, support, parent community involvement. And then this breaks down, let's see, positive behavior intervention supports, how it's the same but different. PBIS sets clear expectations, teaching behavioral skills, it's positive reinforcement, it's data-based decision-making, consistency and equity, tiered support systems, collaborations and stakeholder involvement, continuous monitoring and evaluation. Then that final component, so that really addresses the behavioral piece of the whole child. We talked about the academic piece very first today, then behavioral, now we're in the social emotional. And so we know that this is a key piece to success in our students' education. And social emotional support is essential to learning because it promotes a positive school climate, enhances academic performance, and fosters positive relationships. It teaches life skills and supports students' overall well-being. So very proud that I work for a district that honors this importance and has placed 1 full FTE at every school site, at least 1, to support the mental health and wellness of our students. So that's captured here in this section of chapter 3. All righty. I also wanted just to note, or noted in here, is the opportunity when we meet a capacity. I'll have some numbers for you at the next board meeting as far as how many times, or maybe she's going to present before me, but how many times, how many formal and informal sessions our mental health therapists provided to date. It's really affirming that this is needed, and when we compare that with our discipline data, our suspension rate is plummeting, so that's good. There's got to be some correlation there. So really excited about that. But when we do reach a capacity, we do have the opportunity to extend or refer out families and students to professionals in the community so that they can continue that therapy and support. There's also supports in place for our students with disabilities. And this is in educationally related mental health services, ERMS it's called. We also have that in place, and so it's important for us to acknowledge that in the blueprint. And altogether, it's clear that Hollister School District demonstrates its commitment to promoting the well-being of all students and creating a supporting learning environment where they can thrive academically, socially, and emotionally. All right, I think this is my last piece. Collaboration and teacher leadership. So the final piece to staff success is the collaboration and teacher leadership. So I spoke a little bit about peer-led PD. We know that, I know at least I am a little more receptive when a peer or somebody familiar to me talks to me about a subject. And so we'd like to replicate that feeling in our professional development by honoring the experts that are in our room. And it starts with professional learning communities. PLCs we've done before, and this started, gosh, maybe 10 years ago or so. I think I was still at Sarah Vista, that's how long ago it was. And it's ridden a roller coaster ride. It's ebbed and flowed. There's been staff turnover and site admin turnover. So every single school is in a different place for PLCs. So moving forward, you know that we meet with our administrators once a month who have their own PLCs, that's their own PLC time. And we'll be supporting, next year we'll be supporting site admin with their PLCs on their journey. So how can we create this again? What's nice about it is that it's that grassroots that we were talking about earlier, that we heard about earlier, that teachers are inspired to do this. They know it's the right thing. It supports them. They have positive experiences with that. So we'll be spending some time on PLCs on November 1st next year at our Professional Development Day. We'll probably have an opportunity for some vertical alignment at the sites, and then we'll be doing some grade level PLCs also on that day. So really excited to continue that journey. That's it on PLCs. And then the next component is the district-wide planning days. So these were opportunities at the request of HESTA for more planning opportunity. We had an agreement last year that we would extend, or finalize this year, extend the DW, or change the DWCs to DWPs. And so they will have 7 extra early days in the school year next year to plan. They can collaborate if they choose. They can use the time at their professional discretion. Site admin will be doing some of their own activities. They'll be available. So this is really a good opportunity to find out where we attest, to see where we are with collaboration and how we can support them with that. Looking forward to that. The DWP days, I'll just end that with serve as a valuable resource for teachers to enhance their instructional practices, foster a culture of continuous improvement, and ultimately contribute to the district's mission of providing high quality education for all students. I think we did the numbers, and teachers will have on average over 2 hours a day over average for planning. So that's pretty impressive for them to have that time to do. And then the final piece, I promise, is teacher recruitment and retainment. As you know, Ms. Beltry did an excellent job presenting on our vision there. And so we will continue with this, because when half of those nesters say that they're in, they want to come back. These are emergency people, short-term people. You know what? This is going to be for me. That is a success. We had 37, so roughly 15 staff members that say, I'm committed to Hollister, thank you. That is the proof that we're looking for in the pudding. So I want to commend Emma for her excellent efforts. She's the right person for that job. I don't know if she knows a stranger. She can talk to anyone and support them. She's so empathetic and caring and kind. I just really want to thank you for all your hard work this year. And then we're going to continue, as she said, the NEST program, hopefully to expand it to anyone new to Hollister, and we'll see where that takes us. So that is not the end of my presentation. Almost. Here's our graphic. Okay, so here's our graphic for new teacher support. And just for your, this is on the website, as you saw. So pleased with the resources that we're making available for our teachers. The website has been an effort. We've dedicated in Ed Services an hour a week. What are you doing for the website? So if you are ever bored or ran out of watched all the Netflix and everything, please go to the website, and you'll hear familiar voices that explain that we're glad you're here. It's a common opening theme. All right, and then we have induction, of course, as Emma said, it's our 2-year program that really gets those preliminary credentials to the final point where they can stay and they're in to their profession. And that is it. I promise.
Woo-hoo!
This is a collective effort. I do want to say again, this is a collective effort of the Ed Services Department. I really appreciate the team that I've been fortunate to work with. And so I want to thank 2 of the members that are here tonight for their contributions. It's amazing. Any questions?
Lana would be very proud of you, Colleen.
She's my hero. Thank you.
Thank you, Colleen.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay, we are on to the superintendent's report by Superintendent Sanchez.
Okay, good evening. Good evening, everybody. Earlier today, we've heard the viewpoint of our staff, of our teachers, sharing each school's highlights. We've heard about our instructional programs and what we do to provide staff support. We've heard about our instructional model in our most recent report, and we've talked about how we are really building the mindset that we have experts in the house and that we are working at full capacity to recognize those experts within our staff, to share that knowledge and continue implementing the systems that are required to better the district. There's that wonderful work that is happening. My report has nothing to do with that because it's been talked about. This is more of the technical, logistical piece for this month's report. Looking at the agenda, I think that it's appropriate for me to focus on this for this month, as we've heard a lot of great details of the great things that are happening. So with that, we'll get started. This is the breakdown of our enrollment. As you can see, it's remained steady. We are nearing the last few weeks of school. I think there's 30-something, I'm not counting, 30-something schools left of instruction, and we're pretty steady. So we'll keep moving forward. Thank you. Our average daily attendance on last Friday was 93.3. That is steady. We did have a dip as the solar eclipse did impact our attendance, and there was worry about eye safety perhaps, or maybe folks enjoying the view outside. I don't know, but we were at 93.3. We'll keep going. With that, however, one of the systems that we're looking at, and we are still wrapping this piece up, is the ADA recovery. We have, for the first time, been able to tap into the ELOP program and start to recoup and regain those absences. At a future date, we'll be able to share with the board what that bottom number is and what that means for the district, so that if it is a doable practice and it does make sense to continue attempting to regain that in the future we will continue working towards that and make that a practice within the district. So we'll move on. With our communication to the community, we continue the LCAP community and staff meetings. As you know, you have all been diligently participating in the evening meetings, and we appreciate your participation and your availability to the community as you walk onto the campuses to have these evening engagement meetings. Colleen has been such a trooper. There are some days that we have 3 meetings that are together in the morning, beginning at 7, and then a staff meeting, and then another evening meeting ending at 7 or 8. So we are going to continue. We're almost done with our road show, we call it. And I know that I'm walking into the right room when I see that she's there. And, okay, this is where the staff meeting is. We have the barcode or the QR code, excuse me, that's still available. We're still gathering input where you have the survey out and so on, so that staff, the community, anyone interested can still give us feedback. And we are looking forward to wrapping this year's cycle of the community meetings and take it from there. So we continue. Here's a viewpoint of a staff meeting, and all folks are engaged, all folks participate, they have the opportunity to give us feedback, and it makes our data capturing moments just, we're making ourselves accessible to the staff. So we'll keep on going. Another technical aspect that we're working on right now is staffing. It is in full swing. Linda and her team have been attending different recruitment fairs, whether it is, you know, in Santa Cruz or Monterey, or here locally. They are currently hiring for summer positions. They're currently hiring for next year, and we are always looking for substitute employees, day-to-day employees. So we'll continue. We heard a little bit about our famous videos that have been made by the Ed Services Department. They are available. Here is an aspect of building a system. So when we have families that are new to Hollister, which we can see all the developments happening, what should they expect when they come to our district? This video is available. It's online. It is ready for any viewer to view at any given point, with an explanation of what to expect. Is your hand up?
Yeah, do we give something like this? Is there a flyer that we give to the new developments, to the realtors, that they could hand out to the new buyers?
That's a good question, and a good strategy. We can work on that. Thank you.
The brokers too on Thursday.
Yeah. I think we know someone.
I think we do.
Yeah.
But
Thank you.
it would help people so that they would know.
Yeah, good. All collective minds work better. Thank you. We also have been pushing out a lot of different communications and stories on Facebook, on social media, and we'll continue to do so that the community can know what it is, that the great things that are happening on each site with our staff. Keep going. Now, since we last met, we've had 2 different special board meetings, and this is going to be a brief recap of the budget special board meeting. So all of these plans are for next year. Every department presented what their goals were, what plans they have in place, and this will impact our staffing, it will impact the budget, it will impact all of the different programs that we're operating. We're definitely looking at program improvement. We've spent a lot of time tonight talking about the different programs that we offer, so we'll continue to flesh that out. We spent plenty of time talking about special education, their goals of inclusionary practices, academic achievement, and compliance. We also talked about custodial staffing. We have definitely looked at the needs that are out there. We've looked at the programs that we're operating. We've looked at the community use of our properties and how that warrants potential additional staff, and so we'll be moving forward with that. We also looked at how we're supporting teachers. We talked a little bit about that today, and we'll continue to showcase the programs that we have in place, and we are adding to that project as we move forward and look into next year. We also are always conscious of our fiscal health. Part of our mantra is to never build something we cannot sustain. So we have that definitely in mind, and our CBO is always conscious of that and reminds us of our fiscal health, and we appreciate her parameters for us. She puts the bumpers. It's like we're bowling. We need those bumpers, and we definitely want to build things and systems that are sustainable. Prop 98, art and music positions. The state of California has been telling us for a bit more than a year that we would be getting funding. We did receive a smaller allocation late last month, which we definitely celebrated. And what did we do? Since it's sustainable funding, we posted a position for an art teacher that would cover Mays. Mays has not had an art teacher, and we're very excited to be able to offer that. But again, we need they've left to another TK8 or they've left to go to a comprehensive middle school. The current enrollment of 8th grade at Sunny Slope is 17 students, which is a very low enrollment. So what we would be looking at is converting Sunny Slope to a TK5, and we would allow for the other, for the classrooms that were designated as middle school to become TK overflow classrooms. With that, those students would then be transferred to Mays, because we know that Mays has a lower student enrollment and a lower staffing ratio of allocated staff because of the low enrollment. With more students coming from from Sunny Slope and from Sierra Vista, which would become a TK5, then we not only meet the need for a TK overflow school, we meet the need to increase staffing at Mays to allow for a more robust master schedule. We allow for efficient use of the facilities at Mays because it is a lot of the there are classrooms that are empty. We allow for Sierra Vista to have a buffer of classrooms that would then become empty because of all of the development that is taking place behind Sierra Vista and between Sierra Vista and Fairview Road. So this information will be shared with families, and we will be having community meetings potentially at those two school sites to notify the community that these schools are no longer TK8s. They will be TK5, to notify them as soon as we can, to notify of assignments, which our due date is May 25th, I believe, if I remember correctly, where their tentative site assignment will be. Because 6th, 7th, and 8th grade teachers at those schools would then have to shift to another school. So with that, we look forward to a more robust master schedule for Mays. It would allow for collaboration between teachers because there would be more than one FTE allocated for a core content area. Additionally, we also talked about our configuration at Calaveras and AAA. So we have heard from the community time and time again what the status quo mean for Calaveras and AAA. We have talked about, and it's been almost a year ago, we had that 2 a.m., 3 a.m. meeting, and tonight's not going to be a repeat, but we talked about status quo for AAA. So tonight, I want to clarify, because we talked about this at the special board meeting, what does status quo mean? So AAA currently has 1 5th grade, 2 6th grade, 2 7th, and 2 8th grade. Next year, AAA will have 1 5th, 1 6th, 2 7th, and 2 8th. The next year, AAA will have 1 5th, 1 6th, 1 7th, and 1 8th, so that ultimately AAA will have 1 classroom per grade level. And why? Today, we will be allocating every classroom that is freed up 1 year at a time to Calaveras, which will help us offset the development that is happening at down the road at Buena Vista, and potentially meet the needs of what we project an increased enrollment at Calaveras. So we will also be messaging that out because unfortunately the power went out and no one will. These folks will know, but you know, the community needs to know that as well. I feel like I forgot something. The other thing that we talked about is grading. So in, I believe it's May, we will bring the grading policy back to the board, or it might be in the packet. I don't remember right now.
No.
So it's May. We agreed as a team that we would capture in the board policy what it is that we are doing right now. As far as grading, TK through 8th grade, we will have the board policy reflect our current staff practices, and everything would remain as is based on what staff are currently doing. That was our discussion on the grading policy. So with that, I would like to thank all staff. We have been working on all sorts of great things out there at the sites, and we will continue to do so. If you have any questions for me, I'd love to answer them, and if I don't have the answer, I'll get that to you.
Didn't we decide that with the grading that we will continue to work with the high school to try to, or no? I thought we were trying, eventually. No,
We didn't agree to that.
No? No. Okay. I thought that we were gonna work together
We will
eventually.
continue to collaborate with the high school in all aspects, but that wasn't a directive that I got
Okay,
from the
I
board.
thought there was still gonna be some collaboration.
Okay, any other questions?
Thank you.
No?
Very
Okay,
good.
thank you.
Thank you.
We will, go on.
Okay. Item 13, consent items. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion that we approve 13A through Q.
I'll second. Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Marks? Aye. Trustee Chris? Aye. Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor? Aye. I'm an aye. Passes 5-0. Okay, item 14. Approval of the regular board meeting minutes, February 27th. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the regular board meeting minutes for February 27th, 2024.
Second?
I'll second it.
Roll call vote. Trustee Marks?
Aye.
Trustee Chris?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
I'm an aye. 5-0 passes. Item 15, discussion action items. So 15A, discussion and approval of board policy and admin regulation updates.
Hey, good evening. So item 15A, as we've done in the past, we have a round of board policies and administrative regulations that require updating. We have used the CSBA recommended language to present tonight these board policies and administrative regulations. Some of them have to do with homework, academic honesty, food service, attorneys, layoffs, architectural and engineering requirements. And if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them.
Any questions?
If we could look at page 374.
What is the board policy?
It is on 6154.
6154, the board policy.
On homework, makeup, work, board policies and instruction.
Okay.
And the first paragraph on page 374. I want to make sure I understand the meaning here. It says, although it is the student's responsibility to undertake assignments independently, parents and guardians may serve as a resource and are encouraged to ensure that their child's homework assignments are completed. Students may also work with other students and use approved outside resources as directed by the teacher. So what are we trying to say here?
So what we're trying to say is that the students can work with their parents. So for example, if we talk about 4th grade and California history and the missions, most often it is the families that work together or the parents to build the mission. This is addressing that, where students may tap into the knowledge and the background that their families have to complete a project, to complete a homework assignment. It is still expecting that students maintain academic honesty in all cases, including the cases where they receive support from their families.
Just want to make sure that's really clear to everybody.
Okay. Any other discussion? Questions? Okay. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the board policies and administrative regulation updates, as listed in the policy guide sheet for April.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Roll call vote, trustee Marks?
Aye.
Trustee Gris?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
I'm an aye, passes 5-0. Okay, 15B, consideration and action on review and approval of the monthly financial report. Hi,
Good
Beth.
evening, board members, superintendent. Tonight we're gonna do something a little bit different. Okay? So if we can bring up the monthly financial report. So up until this point in time, we look at this periodically. We don't look at it every month. If we've done an interim report or if there's an interim coming up in the next couple of weeks, we don't do that so that we can sort of keep things during the year. At the beginning of the year, there were questions on the percentage of expenditures to date. Does that look reasonable? So we've had those discussions. We're now looking at March, and that puts us 3/4 of the way through the school year. Fiscal year, not the school year, fiscal year. And so I want to look at a couple of different things. I'll call your attention to a couple of different areas, because part of our conversations have been with the board, what should we be looking at? What should we be concerned with? And what are we seeing? So as we look at the March report, which will be coming up on the screen shortly, I want to call your attention to the expenses to date, the budget balance, and where we might expect that we're going to end up being at the end of the year. Because now is a good time for us to be looking at that and saying, what's going to happen as we close out the year? Are we on track? Does this really mean we're going to have all of this money that's not going to be spent? Does this really mean that we're not going to get all of this money? Why is our revenue not coming in? Those are the questions at this point in the year that, as you're looking at a financial statement, would be good questions to be asking. So we're going to walk our way through that. Okay? Does everyone have a copy in front of them? Okay.
Sorry.
No.
I was going on Simply.
That's okay. Oh, we do have it on the screen.
Oh, let me see. I'm sure.
I can't.
No, I can't
You're
see that.
Wonder Woman.
Maybe if I was sitting where Erica was, then I could see it.
And honestly, that's why I bring this up here, because then I can make it so I can see it. And it's like, with the glasses on my mind. So the first one that we're looking at is the unrestricted. And again, if you get lost, go to the upper left-hand corner and you can see it says board unrestricted. So we have our revenue sources, and then our expenditures and our transfers. I honestly didn't do it.
That's interesting. That's the alarm.
We're taking serious. This is not going to be a 2 o'clock meeting.
No, please.
All right. So as you're looking at this, again, I'll remind you, the under-adopted budget is actually what we adopted last June. The budget adjustments have been adjustments that have happened between our adoption and when I pulled this report for the end of March, and then our current budget balance, and then the income and expense column. The income and expense column is actual money coming in and money coming out, and then your budget balance is, well, the difference between the two and our budget balance. What's not reflected in here are a couple of things. Encumbrances, when you get down into the expenditure detail, are not reflected in here, so we're going to talk about those in a minute. But let's stay with our revenue. And right now, if we look at that first line, it says we've got a budget balance of $30 million. We only budgeted $69 million. We've only received 38. What in the world is going on there? And so that would be a good question. For whichever one of you was thinking that, that's a great question.
Well, I was looking at the 56%.
That is also something good to be looking at.
Told us to look at that.
Very good. So what is not in there is our revenue limit sources are also known as LCFF sources, and they are comprised of two things. They are comprised of money that comes from Sacramento to the district, and they're comprised of local property taxes that come from our community.
Our LCFF revenue comes in on a fairly regular schedule, and our property taxes do not. Our property taxes come in, they are due, for all of you who own property in the city, know that they are due in November, December, and April. April's not in here yet. What is not here is probably about $19–20 million worth of property tax. Half of our property tax isn't in yet. So that's why that's looking just a little short. Are we short? No, we're not short. It's just a matter of timing. So that's a big part, and then it's just whatever comes in on a monthly basis for our LCFF revenue, which means we really have 3 more months, April, May, and June to come in. But the biggest part of that is property taxes. So as we go down to the bottom line, remember that this month, and probably by the time you see hopefully by the time you see the next report at the end of May, we will have received that and we'll know where we are in property taxes. They are projected to come in at what we're budgeting or close enough to where we're budgeting. There's always fluctuations, sales, resales, and stuff like that, but we're not anticipating any great change. And if we do have a great change, remember the coffee cup analogy, that the property taxes go in the coffee cup first, and then the state will fill up that coffee cup. So if we end up with less property tax, we will get more state money. So as they balance themselves out, we are running fairly normal. We have not adjusted for any change in ADA yet. P2 ADA was the very beginning of April. Reports coming in from the school sites, they need to be balanced. Lisa was good enough to finish that up for us, but they are not reflected in here, and I haven't adjusted anything. And that's for a couple of reasons. One, there are still things that are going on at the school site that will require us to amend our P2 ADA. That's kind of normal. The biggest part might be independent study contracts that were in flux over the course of that P2, and then the student comes in, they turn in their work, they earn their academic credit, and they earn their attendance credit from that. And a few other things like the attendance initiative. We have after-school programs that are going to run through the end of the school year. Any of that academic time that is used, or that is happening in 4-hour increments can make up a previous absence. So there's a couple of those things that are going on, and of course trying to get all the kids coming at springtime who wants to be in school. We want you to be in school. It's a great place. We've heard from teachers today about how much fun they're making it. So those things are not reflected yet, but they will be reflected when we close the books. Going down to expenditures, oh my God, there's going to be $14 million fall out of the fund balance, and we're not going to spend it. No, we're going to spend it. Again, encumbrances aren't in there. In the budgetary practice, we encumber all purchase orders, and we encumber salary and benefits based on position control. That's a very important thing for you to remember. So what you're not seeing in there is $12 million worth of certificated classified salaries and the benefits attached to them for the balance of the year. Okay, so if you were to take 12 million out of that 14, then it only looks like there's $2 million. Wow, $2 million is fantastic. Nope, we've got purchase orders out for the end of the year expenditures. We have purchase orders out for expenses that are going to happen because those purchase orders were encumbered earlier in the year. Utilities, attorney fees, Kaya, when they get paid and they start sending us their invoices, all of those things are encumbered but are not seen here. So just know that. So when I reduce all of that, it looks like we might be coming out ahead by $500,000, but that's swag at this point. There's always something that's going to come up. Our purchasing cutoff has already happened, but it's not a hard, this is the end of it, everybody go home until next year. There are things that are happening on the normal that we need to address. What we cut off are things that we need to have delivered. But if it's a matter of services or PD that's going to be happening, and PD is something that happens on a continual basis and will continue even after school is out through the end of June and even into the beginning of July, and all of those things may impact how we actually end up this year. So if I move to, we move to the next page. This is the snapshot of total revenues, total expenditures, total financing sources in and out, beginning fund balance and ending fund balance. And the combination of the money that's not received and the expenditures that are not shown as being encumbered, looks like there's like a $17,000 deficit in this budget. And remember, that's not the case. Property taxes are still to come in, the balance of our LCFF revenue through the end of the year, and at least $12 million worth of salary and benefits, and another $1.5 to $2 million worth of encumbrances are going to be coming out there. So, in my review for March, I'm still holding, fairly confident that we're going to come out ahead by about $360,000. It'll probably be a little bit higher than that, because while the budget is spending authority, not all that spending authority is always extinguished. Okay, it's not a bad thing. It's just that we are dedicating our current revenue to where we need it, and we're not spending or overspending. So I have to give kudos to school sites. They have adopted or adapted to the budget check on balances before they put in encumbrances. I'm usually getting a request for a budget transfer, move it from my account A to account B so I can put in my request. They're on top of it. We're not having to follow up after them and chase them. And so all the way out to school sites, they are attentive to their budgets. So I think we're doing fairly well. Before I move out of unrestricted, are there any questions? No. Okay. So if we move to the categorical side of the budget, which is the next tab. Go. 2 pages, it's the same kind of report. We still have the same kind of, oh my gosh, look at all that money we're not getting, what's going on with that? And oh, for heaven's sakes, look at all that we haven't expended, we're going to be rich. That's not the case again. In the salaries and benefits for categoricals, we've got about $5 million worth of encumbered position control salaries and benefits. That is for special ed, both federal and state special ed positions. That's routine restricted maintenance. That's anything that we have currently in the remaining ESSER funds. It's anything that's in some of the smaller funds that are out there, the Expanding Learning Opportunities Program. All of those are in there, and they are encumbered. What we will probably not spend is all of the balance of the rest of them. Now, encumbrances are still not showing in there. And for the categoricals, we've got, we have supply encumbrances of $431,000 and services of $3.9 million. So that's going to be about $4.2 million worth of encumbrances, and the balance of that will not be spent. Now, why not? Some of these categoricals are categoricals that will last for another 3 years. The Educator Effectiveness Grant is one of them. We have not budgeted for the Arts and Music Education grant yet, because we've only just received those funds, and we're only just in the process of hiring somebody, so that will be deferred into next year. That budget's not even in here, but we do have Arts and Music and Instructional Materials Block Grant. Those are 2 very different grants, and so some of that is it's budgeted now because we could have spent it, but it's got another 2 years on it as well. So those will become carryovers. Those will fall the fund balance, and then they will be rebudgeted for next year for what we think is the most likely thing that we'll spend. Because we can extinguish those grants early, we go ahead and provide a budget that aligns with the plan for using those funds. So if we don't spend it all, again, it carries over. We are always attentive to when those deadlines are so that we do not lose an opportunity in this district for using some of these specialized one-time, albeit multi-year funds, in order to benefit the students in our schools. So we are always looking at that and making sure that we've got all the timing, and we're following up and then moving to the next one that is appropriate, and moving to the next one that is appropriate. So this one follows in the same pattern. The top line there is a revenue limit source, and that's property taxes that we get through special ed. Those do not come in until the very end of the year. And our federal revenues come in on a non-equitable basis. Some come in every month, some come in quarterly, and some come in whenever they feel like it. State revenue, same sort of thing. We've made all of our contributions based on the budget to both special ed and routine restricted maintenance. And so we did that by the time we had done our, I believe we did it at first interim, although we might have done it in second interim. It was definitely reflected in second interim, so that we had that taken care of. And our transfer out to the, that one is deferred maintenance. That one was also made at that time. So before I move on to the fund balance section, are there any questions on the categorical side of the budget? And change everybody else's looking at. So the categorical side of the budget shows right now in the revenues, expenditures, that we are $16 million short on revenue. We've talked about that. It's a matter of timing, and all of them have got a different timing. The expenditures, 2.6, almost $2.7 million, of which $5 million is going to be position controlled encumbrances, which are not reflected in here. And others will end up being carryovers, which would have been planned because they're multi-year programs that are here, or that we are budgeting for. And so I would expect that, maybe there's one more odd cutoff on this report. I'm sorry that it sort of splits the page like this. We started out in categoricals, all categoricals, with $18 million for the fund balance. Our budget is to use $6.8 million, which is deficit spend, $6.8 million. That's expected and allowable when you have carryovers in categorical funds that span years. I don't believe that we will spend all that $6.8 million. I think that there will be money that will fall out and will be carried over, most importantly, to sustain those short-term or multiple year one-time funds until their exhaustion. Because at this point, we are not looking to extinguish any of those things other than ESSER by the deadline, which is September 24th, or September of 2024. The others are 2 more years on them. So as we kind of look forward to where we think we might be at year end, I think we're on target, but I would expect that there'll be much more difference in the budgeted outcome in the categoricals than there is in the unrestricted. Any questions on this? Slowly, as we go through the year, we need to look at different things. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, stick around for 15C. Do we have to vote on this? Oh, yes, sorry. Okay. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the monthly financial report.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Marks?
Aye.
Trustee Chris?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor? I'm aye, 5-0. And Beth, 15C.
What we have before you today is a resolution number 2324 to open a new bank account. And we need this new bank account to be a clearing fund for electronic payments. We have talked periodically about being able to be more open and more flexible with our families and the public on electronic payments. The one that is probably the most impactful on my department right now, and also on the IT department, is having to pay for device repairs, and parents having to come in with a check in hand or exact cash, because we don't have a register and we don't keep petty cash. And so at the last board meeting, the board approved the use of ASB Works as a license. It's actually on the under 15,000 report, actually very affordable. And with ASB Works, we will be changing the method that we're accounting for ASB as it's out at the school sites. It's much more user-friendly. So when ASB advisors and ASB classes want to know exactly what's in their budget, it's easier for them to get in there and do that. A component of that software is a store. That's what they call it, is a store. And in that store, students, parents can pay for a dance ticket, can pay for PE clothes, in the comfort of their own home at 6 o'clock at night when Johnny comes in and says, Mom, they're going to start, affecting my grade with my PE clothes tomorrow on, and I haven't paid for them. still have my size, or whatever it's gonna say. Mom can go onto the website, go to the store, whatever the school is, get Johnny to size, pay for it with her debit card or her credit card, either one, and she's done. She doesn't have to go to the ATM and give them money. She doesn't have to write a check. None of that has to happen. Same sort of thing with the device repairs. Will have it's not really a store in that case, it's a front-facing ability to pay for those device repairs with the ticket number. Families are very well adapted to what's my ticket number, what am I getting repaired, they already come in with that information anyway. The system will link the student number with the payment. Can't make the ticket payment on a device ticket, repair ticket, without having the student number. It's linked. Can't pay for a dance ticket without having that student number. All the students know what their student number is. We won't share that out. The parents know what their student number is because they can get into areas and they can look at grades and other things. So the student number is already something that is being used, and it will facilitate those payments. If a school site, one of the 3 sites, which are the 2 comprehensive middle schools in HDLA that are running organized student bodies, decide to have a fundraiser, people can go online and make donations through this front end of ASB Works. All of that means electronic payments swirling through the ether to come to somewhere. We can't send them directly to the County Office of Education, the County Treasurer's Office. They don't take that type of payment. We don't want it in our revolving cash because revolving has a stable amount of money that we need to count on if we need to make an emergency payment. This would become a clearing account. We would only keep $100 in there at any given time. And so all the money that would come in has got a transaction number. With that transaction number, we would know where to credit that money and post those monies in order to get them out and clear it out on a monthly basis back down to the $100. So with that background, we're asking the board to adopt the resolution to open a new bank account for clearing. Yes, ma'am.
Will you be taking like Venmo and Zelle or?
No.
No, okay.
No, this is the front end digital. You have to use theirs in order to, and you would do it the way you would potentially shop on Amazon where you put in a credit card or your debit card. I know there are other ways of taking payments like Zelle and like Venmo. They have transaction costs, and we are not interested in doing transaction costs. There are small transaction costs with doing this, but they're nowhere near the Zelle, the Venmo, or any of those.
Yeah, and then my second question is, the only way people can pull money out is here?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a bank account. At that point, it's a bank account.
So no site can take any money out? Or
no, it all
they can't
happens
get a
here.
password? Or
nope.
You don't have to worry about any of that?
We write the checks here that go out to wherever their vendor is, the DJ for the dance. We write the checks here. We do it now, we will do it. It'll just go through a different system. Any money that comes in, even if it's cash money, comes in here and we would deposit it to their various different accounts because remember, they have their own bank accounts.
Right, can you electronically pay the?
That's another step for another day. They would all be in the same bank account, so theoretically, yes, but I don't like the internal control implications on that. It is much better to actually have the record of a check that came out and a check that went in, rather than doing, well, we can, the question is should we, and I don't believe we should.
Well, that's why I'm asking those questions.
Great question, I appreciate it.
Any other questions? Okay,
I move.
Thank you.
I move that we approve the Hollister School District Resolution number 17:2324. Approval to open a new bank account.
I'll second that.
It just says new.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Marks?
Aye.
Trustee Griss? Aye. Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor? Aye. I'm an aye. Passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have 15D, adoption of resolution 1824. Early retirement incentive, HESTA.
So we have worked with HESTA to provide a retirement incentive program. I know that perhaps there may be some thinking, why would we want staff to leave when there is a staffing shortage? It's a balance that we need to find, where we know that we are honoring staff time, we're honoring their time in the district, their experience. However, we also are looking at the financial aspect, and with the calculations that we have worked on, that Beth has provided, we know that we will be able to show a savings to the district in due time. So the resolution 18 would allow for the district to honor an early retirement incentive for HESTA members who meet the criteria of age eligibility, years of service, a timeline for when they must submit for retirement, and so on. So the resolution tonight is before you to be considered. I can answer any questions that you may have with its consideration, and if it is approved, we can move forward with the retirement incentive. Staff have been considering it. Retirement is a very private decision, and we have shared information, but we have not actively gone out to seek out retirements until the board considers it and potentially approves it.
Any questions? Okay, do we have a motion to approve and adopt?
I make a motion that we approve resolution number 18:2324, early retirement incentive for HESTA.
I'll second that.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Gris.
Aye.
Trustee Marks.
Aye.
Trustee Martinez.
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor.
Aye.
I'm an aye, passes 5-0. And 15E, adoption of resolution 19, early retirement incentive, CSEA.
So this resolution is very similar, however, it's a different dollar amount and financial implication to the district, but what this does is it allows for classified staff that meet the eligibility requirements that the district has worked on with CSEA to potentially earn the retirement incentive that is being offered by the district. Again, the idea is to have a long-term savings to the district. We saw and heard, one such case earlier today, and we have staff that we would like to honor and offer a retirement incentive among the classified ranks as well. Should the board approve this tonight, we can move forward with really promoting this and reaching out to staff that are eligible, as we have not done so yet.
Questions? No? Do I have a motion?
Okay. I move that we approve and adopt resolution number 19:2324, early retirement incentive for CSEA.
Second.
There you go.
Sorry, Jen.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Marks.
Aye.
Trustee Gris.
Aye.
Trustee Martinez.
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor. I'm an aye, 5-0. Passes. Okay, 15F, discussion and adoption of Sourcewell contract number 083116-KON.
I stuck around so that. So as we did about a year ago, and we considered a cooperative purchasing agreement with our partners at Kaya, this is a similar thing. Before spring break, I put out a request for proposals from 4 copier providers within our area. All of them have reached out and said, we'd like to provide you with copiers. And what we requested was, 1, you need to have a cooperative purchasing agreement, because sometimes the cost of copiers can be exorbitant, and we do not have the staff nor the time to actually do a formal bid. And 2, you need to give us your pricing, and everything needs to be turned in by last Tuesday. We received responses from 4 of 5 that requested that they be put on our list. Of the 4, only 1 provided a cooperative purchasing agreement, and that is the Sourcewell agreement. It also happens to be our current provider for copy machines in the district. And, so we will be bringing back the actual copier leases at the next board meeting because we need to approve this first. So Sourcewell has been competitively, bid out, and they have, provided for open use for governments and school districts and special districts to use this. They are from Minnesota, but it's still valid within California. I reviewed their cooperative purchasing agreement, and it meets everything that fits, that is required for the state of California, and the pricing is, attractive. So, we would like the board to approve the use of this cooperative purchasing agreement, and then we will bring, a package of leases for the set of machines that are out of lease right now and are older. We'll bring that at the next board meeting.
Any questions? Is there a motion?
Make a motion that we adopt the Sourcewell contract number 083116-KOM.
Is there a second?
I'll second that one.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Marks?
Aye.
Trustee Chris?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
I'm an aye, passes 5-0. And thank you, Beth. 15G, Director Bezetta.
Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Sanchez. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to discuss contracts with you tonight. So the first one is going to be multiple sites roof. Back when we conducted the facilities needs analysis, we determined that our roofs were in need of some seal coating. And then we formed a superintendent's facilities needs committee, and they determined that we also did need our roofs to be coated. So this is phase 2. Phase 1 was completed some time ago, and now we're getting into the phase 2 aspect of this, which is going to cover HDLA, Maze, Cerro Vista, Rancho San Justo Gymnasium, Lad Lane Admin Office, Staff Lounge, Library, and MPR. And it's also going to cover our Hollister Preparatory School, which is buildings that we own, as well as the ECE site. We own 10 of 12 of those buildings. So that's what that is. Is there any questions about this?
Can you tell me what is a sealant? I mean, over like the brick at Maze, what do you mean by a sealant?
It's not going to be over any of the terracotta type of,
okay.
roof tile or anything like that. It's it's on a specific type of roof. And it's only going to be on most of our portable buildings, so our portable classrooms, with the exception of, if you look at like Lad Lane MPR, we've been having some issues there, so we're going to go ahead and seal that. Quite frankly, to be honest with you, all the other areas at Lad Lane, other than the admin office and that other area that I explained and the MPR, we don't need to touch. Okay. So we don't have any leaks there, which is great for now. So we'll cross our fingers. We've got a lot of rain. We had a lot of rain that came, and there wasn't any leaks there. So we're really pleased about that. Any other questions about this?
I think the only question that I had was about the ECE location. You mentioned that we own 10 out of the 12. And so, but you highlighted all of the buildings. So does that mean we're doing all 12?
We are going to do all 12, and the county office is going to reimburse the district for the cost of those two particular buildings. They own buildings 11 and 12, which is their admin office and the classroom that they operate out of. So, in my discussions with those folks over there, they have done this in another form with some other things that we've done with the county, so they're used to doing that with us. So that'll be the intention moving forward.
So, but we don't have an agreement that they're going to reimburse us at this point in time, correct?
Not an agreement that has been board approved, no.
Okay. I'm just wanting to make sure we're covering, I mean, it's a lot of money, 2.4 million in roofing. And I just don't want us, for them to say, oh, we don't have the money right now. You know, if they're on board and they're wanting, it makes more sense for them to just piggyback on us, right? But I also want assurance that they're going to cover that cost.
So the conversations that we've had in regards to other projects, that has taken place without a written agreement that has come forward with the board. The idea for this particular agreement is to move forward with the project, as we have seen that the rainy season has, come and gone, but sometimes it continues to rain and there's needs there. So the fraction of the cost will be calculated for these two rooms in comparison to the bulk of the project, which includes buildings that are Hollister School District owned, and we would be sharing that cost with the county to ensure that those payments are made to the district for reimbursement for those two buildings.
And I might add, they're very interested in having us do the entire building, covering their buildings as well, so. Just as much interest as we have in them reimbursing us.
Right.
So is that percentage calculated by square foot?
It will be,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the Kaya roof coating and multi-sites contract for April 2024.
Second, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Marks?
Aye.
Trustee Chris? Aye. Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
I'm an aye, passes 5-0. 15H, discussing an approval of contract with Kaya Pushgate Sunny Slope.
Yes, so in our constant effort to make our schools more safe and to determine how we can improve the sites and the many walks that I have done to many of all of our sites at many different times, we found that there are some areas that we can improve in terms of safety, and we found this to be a safety aspect at this particular school site. So we found that on the vintage side of the school, which I always use north, south, east, west, so on the southwest corner, if you will, right where you come in the parking lot and you make your roundabout there to get to the old admin office there. We are going to add a push lever gate. It's a commercial grade, heavy duty push lever gate, which is basically a panic hardware gate on the inside, which is right now causing kind of a pinch point. If there were ever, an evacuation type of a situation, something like that on the site, that needs to be something that needed to be addressed. So we're going to add a gate that is very similar, same to all the other gates that are on the site there. And it's been something that's been requested for quite some time by not only site admin, but as well as, other staff or educational partners on site there. So we're pleased to be able to bring this to the board, and hopefully we can, push this through, as it's something that is certainly needed there. Been quite some discussion and many walks there to determine where to put it, where the best place was, and we found that to be the location that makes the most sense.
Does this come out of safety fund?
This is currently would be funded out of facilities because it's a facility aspect.
Oh.
It will help with safety, but it is a facilities
Okay, because
aspect.
I look at it as safety, because you can push out, but you can't get in.
Right.
Are there any more questions? Is there a motion?
I move that we approve the contract with Kaya for Pushgate at Sunny Slope, April 2024.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Marks?
Aye.
Trustee Chris?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
I'm an aye, passes 5-0. 15I, discussion and approval of contract with Central Coast Systems.
Yes, so we are going to be building some ELOC-funded cubes at our site, as we all know. Calaveras being the point of discussion here. At Calaveras, there are 5 panels at every single one of our schools where all of our devices connect to. And there's connectivity there, and then there's communication that goes out to Central Station. They alert Central Station as to any horns going off or any strobes that are flashing, anything like that. This particular panel at Calaveras will not allow for us to add any more devices to it. So we're finding that it's become obsolete. So because we're building a cube at this particular site, we're going to have to upgrade the fire panel, which is going to be a really fantastic upgrade for that site particularly, because we will be able to also now add more horns and strobes more things to be connected to it, up around the entire site, not just around the cube site, construction site area. So this is something that Central Coast is gonna do for us. It's a vendor that we've been connected to for quite some time. It precedes me even, so they've been fantastic. This is a very competitive price. I priced it out and made sure that we got the most competitive price here. And it's something that the district's gonna handle rather than have Kaya handle it, so, that's what that is. Any questions?
Is there a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the contract with Central Coast Systems for the new fire alarm panel.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Marks?
Aye.
Trustee Gris?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
I'm an aye, passes 5-0. And 15J, discussion and approval of contract with Earth Systems.
This also pertains to our cube construction at the 3 sites. We are required by DSA to have a geotech, geohazard, geo-inspections agency on the project, just as we did with the Rancho Santana project. Earth Systems has done work with the district for years and has been a great partner in all the things that we've desired to do and the requirements that have been placed on us for all the new construction that we've been doing. So Earth System is going to be doing the geotech, geohazard inspections. They'll be observing, testing, and performing special inspections. They'll be managing their aspect of the cube construction project and preparing reports for DSA and district. So it's something that is absolutely necessary and it's required. So that's what this contract is with Earth System. So hoping that the board can approve this as well so we can continue to move forward.
Any questions? Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the contract with Earth Systems Cube classrooms at Calaveras, Sunny Slope, and Badlands.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Marks?
Aye.
Trustee Gris?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor? Aye. I'm an aye, passes 5-0. On to 15K, discussion approval of contract with the Kaya Group.
Yes, this is for service to school. This also falls under safety concern. So in walks over at Sarah Vista behind the playground that we just recently renovated, just completely redone, there's area where there's shallow rooting trees that's causing cracking and fissuring and lifting of concrete back there. There's some dilapidated tables that are back there. And so our effort is to go and completely remove all the concrete that's damaged due to those trees, remove the trees, add new trees with root barriers in place, as well as new tables, because those tables are just in really bad, they're in disrepair, so they need to be removed. It's about 2,500 square feet of concrete that's gonna be demoed and then replaced there. That's what's happening there as well. I don't think that also need to mention, Kaya's here tonight, and I appreciate them being here because they came all the way from Sacramento and they make an effort to do it. So during the ceremony, I guess we'll call it the ribbon cutting ceremony, right, for the playground and the pour in place that was done there, we did some drone footage. We flew a drone around and, after reviewing, the drone footage, we had, Luis from Kaya look at it and others of us looked at it and we found that, in the effort to do that pour in place, you could see where, because it has to be done in sections, and you can see where the sections overlapped. And so, in our discussions, they agreed to come and completely replace the top coat of the pour in place because of that. Go ahead.
What kind of trees are they gonna plant? Have we researched this? I mean, do you guys know what kind of trees you're
We
gonna
haven't
plant?
yet, but no, we're in discussions about that. We have OAC meetings every Tuesday, owner, architect, contractor meetings every Tuesday, and that's on our next Tuesday's meeting. This is a project that probably won't be started until mid to late summer. We find that we could probably get it done in about 4 or 5 days. So we're gonna have those discussions next Tuesday. It was something funny was just brought up this morning. We were just talking about it this morning, so
What kind of trees are you ripping out?
don't know.
Shallow root trees.
Shallow root trees.
But we don't want.
I know they're not oak trees, and I know they're not crepe myrtle trees, And so it's some kind of other deciduous tree that loses its leaves, that just shallow roots, and it doesn't have any root barriers, so they need to come out.
Maybe Danny will.
Yeah, that's something, we're finding, I can tell you what kind of tree we are going to plant. It's not going to be a shallow rooted tree, so it'll be a deep rooted tree that we're going to plant, so.
Okay,
Yeah.
so are we gonna get any advice, or you'll call around, find out what?
Absolutely, yeah. Davy tree is a fantastic, source
Right.
that I use on a regular
Great,
basis for that kind of stuff, yeah.
And then, one other question, the area that's in front of the school on the side where the mound was, do we have any plans on that? What are we gonna do there?
The school last year was thinking about a garden, a wildflower, native California plant garden, but that didn't roll out. I know that there's been discussions as to what to do. They have student activities out there. I don't know if it's every day, but they do use that spot sometimes. So it's up for discussion at some future point.
Kim,
Yes.
sorry,
Go ahead.
I have a question about the application of playground equipment. Is that, it's gonna go.
Yeah, I was just gonna-
You're
You
going
got
there
me.
too?
You got me. You went-
Is that new equipment? Is that replacement
So this
equipment?
is, yeah, we put the carriage in front of the horse, I was just gonna mention it. So, yeah, so with the reapplication of the pour in place, originally, the intention was to, have more equipment there than what's there. The equipment wasn't readily available at the time, and then, of course, it wasn't gonna be something that we were gonna pay for up front, with it not being available. So now that it's become available, now that we recognize that the top coat is going to be redone, we're going to add that equipment as well to fill in the rest of that area, because there's quite a bit of large area that's not filled in over there. So we're gonna add a couple pieces of equipment that it was originally
nice.
slated to do. But we didn't feel it right, and Kaya didn't feel it right to pay for it up front and wait for it, for 6 months to a year, right?
And that'll be equipment that all the students, all the different grade levels
It's
are.
gonna be a fantastic surprise, and I want it to be a surprise.
Okay,
Yes.
Ah,
I like
exciting,
surprises.
exciting,
Yes.
exciting.
Yeah.
Okay, you're incentivized.
Yes, so, that's what that part is, yes.
Okay.
Any more questions? Is there a motion?
I make the motion that we approve the, Kaya Group hardscape and site improvements for service.
Is there a second?
I'm seconding a lot. Second.
Roll call, trustee Marks.
Aye.
Trustee Gris. Aye. Trustee Martinez.
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor. Aye. I'm an aye, passes 5-0. 15L, discussion and approval of Kaya Group change order.
So let me explain what change order means in this sense. So usually when you're connected to any kind of construction agency or contractor, and they give you a proposal and you accept the proposal, there's a contract, anything that's either outside or more than that contract comes to an agency in the form of a change order.
Right.
This is a little bit different. It's called a change order, but it's not actually a change order. So DSA requires for payment, and DSA requires for the district to pay them payment for, in this case, it was for plan review. And because of their relationship with not only the architect that's on the project, but also the relationship that the construction team and the architect have with DSA, and in order to expedite the plan review process so that we weren't pushed out another 6 weeks, we all agreed as a team that Kaya would front that bill because of that connection and because of the goal to expedite that process. So they covered it. So that's what this change order is. This change order is what the district would have paid anyways, times 3, right? The 3 projects you see that are broken out into 3 projects. So we found that DSA was, discussing how they were going to receive payment and how long it was going to take, and we didn't want to wait another 6 weeks for the project. We wanted to start in May. So we are able to start in May because of this. So Kaya fronted the bill for us, but we are going to pay Kaya now.
Yep,
And
yep.
it came in the form of a change order.
Okay, yeah, but why isn't it just called a reimbursement?
Because it's part of the way that the invoicing happens.
It's part of the project,
Construction
it's part of project scope,
It's
but
a
it was
change
district responsibility.
to the original project plan.
Yes,
Yeah.
good explanation.
She has accounting.
Yeah.
Well, not only that, my dad was a contractor for many years, so, yeah, we got it.
That's very generous to front
Yes,
that.
thank
I
you.
appreciate that.
Yeah, they didn't want the project to be, delayed any more than we did,
Yeah.
so, yeah.
It
so
delays them
it
too,
was a team
yeah.
effort, it was a team
Right.
effort, yeah. So, I'm hoping the board would be willing to approve this tonight.
Any questions? Is there a motion?
I move that we approve the Kaya Group change order as presented regarding, does it have to say? No, just as presented.
I'll second that. Okay, roll call. Trustee Marks?
Aye.
Trustee Gris?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez? Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
I'm an aye, passes 5-0. 15M, discussion and approval of contract with Furman Construction Inspection.
Okay, last but certainly not least, so this is also a DSA requirement. This is a Division of State Architect Inspector of Record. That's who this person is. We need to pay this person to inspect these cubes at each one of these sites. This was something that we paid a gentleman who was
Local, right?
also a DSA inspector for Rancho Santana.
Yeah, was it police?
No, he was the consulting agency. That was another gentleman
Okay.
by the name of Bruce.
Right.
This person's name is Jerry.
Is
And
he local?
He is local. He's connected to Bruce, so he's well taught, and he has several inspectors. This is his inspection agency. So again, Division of State Architect requires that we have an inspector of record there that does all the inspections throughout the whole process, the whole construction process from start to finish. And that's who this person is who's going to be conducting these inspections for us. So I'm hoping that the Board of Trustees will approve Mr. Furman's.
I just have one question.
Yes.
I make a lot of assumptions that you've already like shopped for like the prevailing rates and made sure that we're getting a fair rate.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I've spoken to 3 different inspectors.
Okay.
And we've gotten, yes.
That,
so,
I just wanted to
yeah.
dot my i's and cross my t's.
Absolutely, and then you phone a friend, right, which is someone who's done inspections for you before, who knows people in the trade, and you phone other friends, like those who have done consulting for the district, such as Mr. Police.
Okay.
And so there's people that come more highly recommended than others, of course, and it's all about, to Jan, your point, who it is, that's local and available, because the availability of these persons is, that's kind of scarce right now because of the amount of projects they're doing out of town.
Right, but their reputation's on the line too, and we want to give jobs to local people,
Absolutely.
you know?
Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the contract with Furman Construction Inspection Incorporated.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, roll call. Trustee Marks?
Aye.
Trustee Gris?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, passes 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, 15N, discussion and action on approval of AB 1200 public disclosure collective bargaining.
Hello again, board members. This one is fairly simple and straightforward. We recently came to a tentative agreement with CSEA on the reclassification of a couple of their members, a particular account class. And so, because it involves money, we need to give a financial disclosure, fairly straightforward. You can see by looking at the AB 1200 that it's about $17,000 a year for the salaries, another $6,300 a year for the benefits. The budget that we're starting with on this one, unlike the other 2 AB 1200s that we've done this year, which were the adopted budget because our first and/or second interim had not been completed at the time. This one is based on second interim. This particular agreement is well affordable. I think you can probably see by looking at the effect on the budget, which ends up being, we'll get to the reserve in a minute, but the effect on the budget for the unrestricted, because both of the individuals in this position are unrestricted funded, is a total of $23,000, which there's plenty of room in there for that nominal amount. The go forward on that is still less than $25,000 in each of the next 2 years. There's no categorical or restricted impact on it. It's all unrestricted and will come from fund balance. The multi-year projections are also reflecting that it would come from fund balance again because it's a nominal amount for this particular class. Board member Chris mentioned the fund balance. The projection based on this form, the projection of the fund balance for the current year is 4.74%, and then 3.75 and 3.32 for the third year out. That puts us well above where we need to be for the state minimum of 3%. But keep in mind that we set aside the board policy 3100 desire for the district to get to 10%. So we set that aside as an assignment, and we've also pulled out of this any carryover or anticipated carryover for the LCAP because the state considers it or requires us to treat it as a pseudo-categorical, i.e. that fund balance carries forward from year to year, and therefore we set that out as not part of the total fund balance because it can only be used for LCAP defined goals and actions. So with that information, we are asking the board to accept this AB 1200 and ratify the agreement.
Any questions? Okay, is there a motion?
I move that we approve AB 1200 Public Disclosure Collective Bargaining Agreement, Hollister Elementary Classified Association number 625.
I'll second. Okay, roll call. Trustee Marks.
Aye.
Trustee Gris.
Aye.
Trustee Martinez.
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor.
Aye.
I'm an aye. Passes 5-0.
Thank you.
15-0. Adoption of Resolution 2324 Staff Appreciation Day, May 15th, 24.
So tonight's a perfect example of the wonderful work that's been happening in the district, and it happens beyond just this month, and it is everybody involved in educating our students. Resolution number 20 is a recognition of staff, and it includes all staff. So I will read the resolution, and the board will have time to consider adopting it so that we can move forward with recognizing staff on the designated day. Whereas the California Education Code provisions set aside special days in May to recognize public school certificated and classified employees. And whereas the members of the Board of Trustees of the Hollister School District and the superintendent are personally aware and appreciative of the high standards of quality and service provided by certificated, classified, confidential, and administrators who have dedicated themselves to the education of our students. And whereas the members of the Board of Trustees of the Hollister School District and the superintendent recognize the services provided by staff have a profound and significant impact on the operation of programs and services. And whereas effective instruction combined with reliable and skilled support services are essential components to an effective school, a positive learning environment, a safe and orderly campus, and high achievement by students. And whereas it is further recognized that the quality and success of student instructional programs are directly attributable to the dedication, professionalism, and outstanding performance of the staff who have committed their considerable skills and talents to meeting the needs of students. And now therefore be it resolved that the governing board and the superintendent of the Hollister School District do hereby thank and commend all staff and proclaim May 15th, 2024 as Staff Appreciation Day at the Hollister School District. This day will be a day of recognition and celebration of its staff in appreciation for their outstanding and meaningful contributions to the students and families served by the Hollister School District. The board authorizes district administration to recognize staff and district staff with a token of appreciation for the important work that they do in the name of district students. Should the board consider passing this, the date of tonight's board meeting is present in the resolution, and there is a spot to record the voting and a spot for the board president and the board clerk to sign off on the resolution.
Any questions or discussion? Is there a motion?
I want to just say, I think this is a good thing, and if we're approving it for this year, would it always be for the following years too? Like May 15th of the following years?
We do it for you.
Yeah, so we do.
Yeah,
Okay.
Memorial.
Wow, okay. But we don't assign a certain day, it's a different day every year.
Generally around May 15th.
It's right around the midpoint of May.
Yeah.
Excellent, thank you.
Good
I
questions?
don't know who
We can
sets the
tell.
date.
Huh?
I don't know who sets the date.
There's different days that different
Yeah, because
districts
CTA
choose
sets
to,
it, the state sets
to
it,
celebrate,
yeah.
so we picked the midpoint of May.
Well, it's well deserved.
Yes.
Big time.
That's it.
Is there a motion?
I make a motion that we adopt resolution number 20:2324, Staff Appreciation Day, May 15th, 2024.
I'll second that. Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Marks?
Aye.
Trustee Gris?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor? Aye. I'm an aye, passes 5-0. Thank you. Okay, and number 16, board member report. Trustee Marks?
I have nothing to report.
Trustee Gris?
What did I get?
Meetings that we've had.
Oh, our two special board meetings? Well, okay, I attended both the special board meetings.
Didn't we have a budget meeting?
Yeah, we went. No,
Oh, the one with capital associates?
I don't think that was this last one.
Okay.
So, yeah, and of course, we had good discussion and all of that, yeah.
I attended two community outreach programs. The San Benito County Board Dinner and Budget Presentation. The Employee of the Year Presentation. I'm having a ball teaching 30 minutes in my grandson's mild to moderate class, California history. And last week they were writing sentences with part of the question in their answer, complete sentences. I know, they were doing the hard stuff. So we've done geography and, we attack a timeline. And then we'll start building stuff. But we, I like to get through the, before the fun starts. We're gonna build a couple of missions and a diorama on the Oregon Trail. And so we've got fun plans, but we have to, time is really hard to get us. So we're gonna do that this Thursday.
Nice.
Yeah.
For me, I think I appreciated the joint board meeting, and all of the people that were selected from the Hollister School District for AXA. It was amazing. I think, 80% of the people that were selected came from Hollister School District and recognized, in our region. And that says a lot, I think, for what people are doing and being recognized for all their hard work and effort, including our superintendent, Erica Sanchez. So, and it's just an amazing thing to witness and see, when we share throughout, the county, what folks are doing. I think it's important to be present in those things, because you kind of feel like it's this never-ending saga of push and pull and feeling like you're just overwhelmed some days, most days, in education, but, I think it's a blessing to work here in this community, to have our families here, and be a part of something so great. I'm very blessed to have been on this board, and be a part of everything. I was a part of the panel from the state as well. A lot of different conversations going on, just trying to advocate, for education is so important. And I know folks are gonna be going to Washington for special education. All of those things empower, gives a picture to the people making these decisions at the state level and for the country, especially for special ed. And the more I think people hear the stories, the more impacted they are to want to maintain funding and provide more for our students. So I think it's super important to keep us involved in that process as well.
Nothing to report other than I've been going to the LCAPs, enjoying being out at the sites. But there is a youth job fair at the high school on May 15th in the afternoon from 3 to 6. If we want to put a table there, employers can just actually interview and hire on the spot. And this would be like if we need some instructional aids or help with summer school or the after-school programs. There'll be quite a few youth looking for employment, 16 to 24-year-olds.
Well, I was able to go to 3 outreaches and attend the Employee of the Year at Betts Hall, which was really nice. My favorite thing that I did was I read for Servista for the One School, One Book, and I loved it. It's a good thing that they're doing there with the one book. So other than that, that's about it.
I want to express my thanks to my fellow board members who have filled in for me so that I could be where I need to be.
No problem. No problem.
That's what we do.
Yep. So are there any announcements or reminders?
Well, we have future agenda items.
Oh, sorry, future agenda items. Jan.
Okay, well.
Give us a list.
How about what we're gonna do this summer, during summer school, what's gonna be taught and where is it gonna be? Just a little short report, to let us know. And then we talked about it earlier, projections of each school's enrollment and staffing for 24-25, but I don't know if that's too early.
Well, especially with already with.
Yeah, I think it's
Erica
gonna be too
being
early.
tasked with the
Right.
notifications to the different schools that are going to be going to K-5.
Right.
K-5. I think we've got enough
Yeah.
right now.
Well,
with
I
just that
wrote
project.
this yesterday, so.
Yeah. But
I wrote this yesterday.
Yeah.
Don't give her another day.
I
She'll
know.
make it longer.
But what we do need instead of that is that you need to contact us when you're ready to go to the schools, talk about that, Erica, so that you can have a couple of board members with you.
Sure.
And then this I wrote today. We spent $91,000 on PG&E, and we all know it's going to go up again. And we spent $30,000 to pay for the solar. So we've had this solar since Prince. And I don't know if it's worth looking at to see if we could get out of this thing. Or it's been so long. I mean, we had Prince how long ago? 2005, 2004. That's how long ago. And I don't know how it saved us any money. I don't know.
It hasn't.
I'm not gonna make a statement that all I know is I don't know.
I've done the math.
Okay.
Because I did the math when I first got on the board and it wasn't saving us money.
So all I know is that PG&E is gonna go up, and, we can't control that. But maybe we could do something about the solar that is something we could control. And I have no timeline on that, obviously, because that's, this is a problem that's ongoing. And it was just because it just bothers me that we pay so much for the solar. That's all I have.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
I second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Adjourning at 9:43.
Just so you know, I have to go back and sign this.